Yes, y'all. We're here. A few minutes late, but we're here. I see Joe is in the chat saying good evening. I see the Pro Black Perspective is out there saying shout out to Buana for making it to the cover art for today's episodes. That's funny. Today's episode, the cover art does feature a black MAGA or blagger. We're gonna talk about some blagger tonight too as well. If you guys can hear my voice, please drop a 1. Let me know that I'm being heard on the digital airwaves of YouTube. In the meantime, let me pull up my notes so that I can tell you what's in store for you guys tonight. All right, so Marcus McGee gave me a 1. Shout out to Marcus McGee. Thank you for that. So what we have in store for you tonight, we're going to talk about the historic building that was burned down at one of Tennessee's oldest HBCUs. That's Knoxville College. Bakari did a show talking about that earlier. We're going to have a brief conversation on it tonight, but you guys can also check out Bakari's earlier conversation. We're going to talk about a Nigerian fella, MAGA, blagger, who went hard for Trump, pause, but they told him, we don't really need you. We'll talk about that later. We're going to talk about how a sister here in New York stood her ground, unwavering in the face of the chaos of a MAGA cult supporter. We're going to talk about how Trump has been elected and blagger is in hysteria. Hint, that has to do with Charleston White. And lastly, we're going to talk about a prompt that says, what is the monster? This is one of those FBA ADOS type prompts to get some straightening done, I guess. So we're going to talk about those things, all of those things tonight, hopefully. I'm about to start the show officially. What you can do for me is you can share the show on your social media, email your folks about it, and stay tuned as I start the intro. So stay tuned.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now, your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro Black Perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Yes, indeed. Make sure you also tuned in to the Forecast Radio, Realm in the Bush, as well, and Kofi the Black Critic. He had a good panel. He had a good live last night. Good panelists too, and as well as last but not least, Brother Bakari. Did Harsh Rally Podcast do an episode lately? I'm not sure. But in any event, make sure to tune into all those shows on KWAZ Radio. I have 2 panelists with me so far. I have 2 in the chat who are saying they're going to join in a few. In the meantime, let me welcome in my 2 panelists. Also, Brother Bakari is out in the chat saying peace and Black African power. Same to you as well. Black Steel, how are you this week?
I'm good, Coco. You know, I had a choice tonight. I could either, chaperone the homecoming dance, or I could be here with you guys. So I guess it was really no choice at all. Rather be around a bunch of horny teenagers, I could chop it up with my brothers. And I left you speechless. Damn. I think I touched my brother there. He felt all emotional. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm cool. I'm good. I was gonna do my own little introduction. Maybe I should have. All right. So yeah, I had to set my alarm. They changed the time zones. I don't know what side changed it, but apparently it's now an 8-hour difference. So it's 4 a.m. What'd you say? Dang, Coco, I think his thing messed up as soon as
Go ahead, Oni. Go ahead.
As soon as Trump won, he stopped paying the bill. But I just wanted to say I like how you have Bwana on the cover art. You know, got the guy in the MAGA hat. Oh, there, Google jumped up. But yeah, I guess that's all I was to say. That I like how he has that dude in the MAGA hat.
Who in the MAGA hat?
You didn't see the cover art for this episode?
Oh
yeah,
no, that's Bwana. That's supposed to be Bwana. Oh no.
Yeah, that's
so, Bwana.
It looked like Bwana, yeah. Anyway, but what was it? Yeah, were you surprised about the election?
Not at all.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I was shocked. I wasn't shocked, but you know, yeah, I was like, okay.
Well, the Dems shot themselves in the foot. First of all, they waited too long to switch out Joe Biden. First of all, I mean, they knew he had mental impairment for years now. You know, this is not a new thing. They opted to keep Biden in at the last minute. Then they're going to switch over to Kamala Harris, who, truth be told, Kamala Harris is extremely unpopular. I mean, she didn't even win her own back in 2020 when she ran for president. She didn't even win her own state of California, so she dropped out early. So I mean, I don't feel like they really. I don't know, because the Dems, I don't think they really wanted to win. If I'm honest with you.
Yeah, in retrospect, I mean, she didn't distance herself from Biden at all.
At all.
In retrospect.
At all.
Yeah, like at all. Like, because I think if the Democrats had ran a different person, they could have had somebody that distanced themselves, or they could have seen that people wasn't with that whole genocide, you know. But they kind of just like, we're going to just stay the course. And it was like, because I mean, when Biden left, I was like, yay, man, because that Biden guy was like, he was mentally impaired, like you said, and they were just killing motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Like everything. Yeah. He was a bad president, low key or high key. And then like the fact that, and I thought she was gonna distance herself, you know, be like, look, I'm a different candidate. I'm a different person. But it was like, you know, it's kind of like, yo, it's just gonna be Biden 2.0. And I mean, I'm not saying that, you know, that's not how I felt, but I could see how a large amount of people were probably like, the fuck is this, man? Like I thought he left. So yeah.
She really said that, you know, nothing will fundamentally change. And I think that the Democrat Party has to really reevaluate how they've been doing, because truth be told, the Republicans got the presidency, they got the House, they got the Senate, and because Trump is president again, any Supreme Court justices that are retired, he gets to reappoint conservative judges. So the Republicans have captured all 3 branches of government from this election. The Democrats really gotta reassess how they've been doing over these past couple of years, because if they don't, they're going to end up in the dustbin of history, like the Whigs or the Know Nothing Party. which is probably where they belong at this point because they're not meeting the needs of their constituents.
Yeah, my thing is that I think after Obama won, I was kind of like, I think people were kind of under the impression that the Republicans could, they had to do a rethink and a reevaluation. But then I guess after Trump won, it was like people were thinking, well, yeah, I mean, like we said, oh yeah, Republicans might be cooked, but it looks like the Republicans might have a winning strategy moving forward, and the Democrats don't. And whatever happens, like whatever political future America has might be in the hands of conservatives and Republicans for a minute.
Well, the
because
problem is the
Democrats can't mobilize.
Republicans don't have any policy. And that's really one thing. They had, like Bakari said, they ran on. They have no policies. They don't have anything to offer their voters except for we hate the people that you hate, right? That's the only thing that they really offer. Like, there's no plans to deal with inflation. There's no plan. They're talking about doing tariffs, which is going to increase inflation. They're talking about deporting, millions of people, and make immunity for the police. None of these things address the true problems that are in this country, but it makes them feel good. And that's really the strategy that the Republicans have had. They're just going to say, hey, we hate them niggas, we hate them spics, we hate them other people who speak different languages than us, and we'll get them out of here, and then everything's going to go back to the way it was. There's no real method. Oh, there he is. Coco, you good?
Yeah, man.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Maybe not.
Damn, he can't hear us.
We can hear you.
Oh, okay. All right.
We were just spitballing.
Okay. I can hear you guys. Yeah, thank you for that. I had incredible problems with this browser, this Chrome browser tonight. So I apologize to everyone who is in attendance and everyone on the panel for sure. So let's try it again.
No, we gave them 10 minutes without Buana. We good.
Black Steel, how are you this week?
I'm doing good. I had a choice again to either chaperone the homecoming dance or come hang out with you
Black
guys.
Steel hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. Can you hear me?
Okay.
I can hear you just fine, Coco.
Wait, Coco, can you hear him?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh, I couldn't hear anything.
Okay, how about now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, I was just saying that I had a choice to either chaperone the homecoming dance or come hang out with you guys.
Yes, sir.
I decided, it was a better use of my time than hanging around a bunch of horny teenagers. So glad to be here.
All right, Black, so you gotta stop telling that joke.
I appreciate it.
I know. It was better the first time.
For me as well. Oni, how are you this week?
I'm cool, man. They changed the time zone on us. I don't know who or why, but apparently it's 4 a.m. now, so I had to set an alarm. I had to go to bed and wake up. So yeah, I'm cool otherwise. Also, I like how you put up. I'm gonna repeat my joke, right? I like how you put up Buana on the cover art for this episode, right? The guy, the little manga guy, manga in 2 words, right? Manga in 2 ways, with his little red hat and fist up. So appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you for that. My computer is really messing up, but I'm gonna try to push through with it. Buana's here. Buana, how are you this week?
I'm awesome. And it's interesting. Brother Bakari make you all think that I'm the mascot for Blagger. I don't know why he make you all think that I'm this big mascot for Blagger. Needless to say, we'll get into that. But I would say to your conversation just now, you and Black Steel, that because Black Steel mentioned that the Republican Party only ran on racism, and what other winning strategy do you need? What other winning strategy do you need, bro? He said that selling eating the dogs and the cats, and on the Haitians and the Mexicans. What other winning strategy do you need to get 72 million people to vote for you? He just proved it. What other strategy? He don't need to say anything else, and that's how he gets to become president. A thief, a criminal, a misogynist. This is what y'all have right now. This is what y'all have right now.
Don't forget a rapist. He's a rapist too.
Coco, you may need to restart your computer again, brother. I don't know what's going on,
But
you are
trying to add Bakari
yeah,
to the stage, but my computer is.
yeah.
You should try to go on your phone too. I'm on my phone right now. There was some internet thing go no some power outage. So I was so I'm on my phone. You should try to go on your phone as well as on the computer so you can at least hear us.
Yeah, put the yeah. If
Well,
your
you might take
computer
up two
mess up,
slots.
since your computer is acting up, you already had a link in. So if it's act
Yeah, I'm
up,
gonna try
so you can stay on. You can come on through the
getting the
telephone.
prompt. Yeah, yeah. Go ahead, Bakari.
I look, I'm finna go hang. I just came up here, but wanna say I. But first of all, peace to everybody on the panel, man. Black Steel, Wawana, Koku, the host, and Oni. He say I make y'all think that he wear a skirt for Trump. No, I don't. The things he say show you that he wears a skirt for Trump. Don't make a difference what you say. Trump even say he don't have no plans. Bawana even explained Trump tariffs in a way to try to make it make sense when everybody know it doesn't make any sense. But this is a learning opportunity for everybody. For people who don't want to listen, I understand. I understand why black people is mad with the Democratic Party, and I'm not a Democrat. My political affiliation is black, right? Because in the Democratic Party, it's like a Hollywood party. Everything goes right over there in the MAGA. It's just strictly based on race. But I don't see how no black people who say they are so-called fighting white supremacy vote for somebody who can stand up and scream hurt for black people. I don't see it. I got a homeboy who reached out to me because I've been telling him for years. I'm like, dude, these Hispanics ain't thinking about you. I keep telling him that. He keep talking about black and brown together. He gonna get them to understand. After this election, he realized for the people that voted for Jill Stein, talking about because she don't want nothing in Palestine, all those Arabs went in there, and while black people was going to vote for Jill Stein, them Arabs went and voted for Trump, and now they out there doing a protest talking about they don't want Trump. I don't give a every Palestinian leg can be blown off. It's not even about whether Kamala won or not. It's about what black people gonna stand up against. And there's a lot of black people that sat on their couch and they refused to go out there and say, I'm going to vote against a white boy, a fucking bigot, pardon my French, who's talking about, who can literally grab the mic and call for a purge on black people. And we figure out a way to make it be okay and say, I'm going to the other side. I never talked about a Democrat. I clearly talked about the two politicians that was running. That was Kamala and that was Trump. And people say you don't know Kamala, but we most definitely know Trump. We know Trump history. We could have looked up Kamala's history. It's neither here nor there now, but there's a lot of people that's going to learn. The only friends that black people have is black people. The Democrats going to learn. Republicans have already learned they made a mistake by letting MAGA take charge. Them Arabs not going to be a few black people still talking about Palestine, but they showed me they didn't care about their white boy talking about hurting black people either. I think I'm more disappointed in black people for not caring about it than I am about them not caring about it. But hey, it is what it is. It's going to be a big lesson learned for a whole lot of people. And I think I'm preparing for whatever, but I'm going to sit back and I'm going to enjoy the show.
Yeah, I think everything's gonna be all right. for me because I'll be in Africa. But for the rest of y'all, things might not be too nice. But
That's
it is
no
what it is.
guarantee of safety.
You don't live.
I'm sorry.
I know you don't live in the Sahel. I know you don't live in the Sahel. But Trump bombed Africa, the Sahel, when he was president before. Remember, Bwana made an excuse for that too. Well, the reason he did, there were 6 terrorists in the Sahel state, so he had to just bomb them all to flush out those 6 people. According to Bwana, and according to Bwana, I be remembering. See, you the one who act like. But I'm just saying he did bomb Africa as well when he was president, for the record. So own it. You might not be okay.
Here's what I can do. Here's what I can, like I say, I've been put on the heavy minus not to be antagonistic to the Americans on any of these panels because it's fresh what happened, and I'm not getting into no kind of political beast. But I really want to add to you, Brother Bakari, but I will wait until the tempers subside. I have to wait. Because you making some clips, and I really want to get into you with that. But I can wait. I can wait.
Bwana,
so
it's fun. Bwana, it's fun now. It's fun now. I'm just saying,
nah. You don't take it like that. You take it too serious, Brother Bakari.
No,
you take it too serious.
I
can wait.
I say right now it's fun. I say it's fun right now. It's over and done. That's why I say I'm gonna sit back and enjoy the show. It's fun now. You can say whatever. It's just fun because I am really going to enjoy.
Nah. I can wait. Nah, Cherry Blues. Yeah. I'm fun.
All right, so I joined on my phone. Can you guys hear me pretty okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Good.
It's good. It's awesome.
I mean, you can share videos on your phone or you can't.
No, I'm talking on my phone and sharing on my computer. Hopefully, it'll work. Okay. If not, we'll have a short show tonight. Let me go to it. Shoot the brief topic. Number 1 tonight says historic building burnt down at one of Tennessee's oldest HBCUs. What caused Knoxville College fire? Here's what we know. This came with an article, but this article is loading funny too, so I'm not gonna try it. I don't think. So what I'll do is I'll show a YouTube video on it, and then we'll discuss it. So let me just share my screen. Here we go.
All right, let's go.
Comes recovery effort. The fire that erupted on Knoxville College's Hilltop campus November 4th, with flames clearly visible from downtown. Fans and supporters of the historically black college mourning the loss. Well into the next day, hours after the Knoxville Fire Department was called to the blaze that ultimately destroyed the college's Elnathan Hall. Firefighters were still pouring water to douse hotspots in the rubble while fire investigators worked to determine how the fire started. The loss of the historic building comes at a time when the college was struggling, with most of the buildings on its campus, including Elnathan Hall, closed and unused for years. The college has been pushing to regain accreditation after having lost it 27 years ago, and a search is underway for a new president. The private historically black college was founded in 1975 by the Presbyterian Church, and has important connections to Knoxville's civil rights history. In recent decades, the college has struggled with debt, low enrollment, the closure of its buildings, and the loss of its national and state accreditation. Investigators seeking source of the fire, towering flames and smoke, were already visible when the fire was reported to 911 around 8:30 p.m. November 4th, KFD said in a news release. Firefighters were hampered initially by the lack of a functional water system on the vacant campus, and had to run hoses uphill to the fire, which caused water pressure problems and required the assistance of tanker trucks, Knoxville Fire Department Assistant Chief Mark Wilbanks told Knox News. The fire was so large that crews couldn't enter the building and had to battle the flames from the exterior. After walls partially collapsed in the fire, the city service department knocked down the rest to prevent the remaining walls from falling over on first responders. A city excavator was digging through rubble by late morning with a fire department investigator nearby. I can't say that for 100% right this moment, but there is a strong likelihood that the fire was man-made. Wilbanks told News as the investigation continued November 5th. Until I have an investigator come back to me and say we know that someone started the fire, I can't say that. But there is a strong likelihood that is the case based on what we know now. The college has had repeated instances of people trespassing in the closed buildings on campus. A trash bin fire believed to have been started by a trespasser occurred on an upper floor of another building October 30th. Wilbanks said. Officials did not believe anyone died in the fire, but Wilbanks said they didn't know what they might find under the rubble.
Not sure if that video stopped with the sound or if we lost sound. I apologize for the jankiness of tonight's show so far, but I think it was important to bring that. And I want to go back to a comment that Bakari made in the chat, where Bakari said he will name two things Biden-Harris administration did for Black people: over $10 billion in government contracts for Black businesses, over $2 billion to HBCUs. Now, what's interesting is I was familiar with Knoxville, did not realize it was an HBCU. And now with this historic building being torched, we don't know if it was intentional or unintentional, but with it being torched and with this new administration coming in, will we see funding that can help to rehabilitate this historic HBCU? So that's a good reason to have this discussion as well. So we could frame our conversation, along the lines of that. By the way, shout out to the matron who's out there in the chat. Shout out to Kofi, the Black Critic. Shout out to the Forecast Radio. Shout out to Anthony McPhail and everyone else who's out there in the chat. Let me start with Oni on this one. Oni, what say you to this historic building being burnt down at one of Tennessee's oldest HBCUs?
Apparently, my son's mother told me that there was a big fire in Prospect Park recently too. So it just sounds like people are gonna have to start get used to fires in America. But November 4th sounds pretty suspicious. If I'm not mistaken, that's like the day before the election. For a Black college to go on fire the day before the election, that sounds pretty suspicious. Sounds like voter intimidation. Sounds like it sounds like let's say some people wanted Trump to win, and obviously they got it. So obviously, I mean, if the fire department's telling you that it sounds like it's man-made, and if it's on November 4th, obviously it could be a coincidence. Prospect Park burning, I don't know the story behind that. And for those who don't know, Prospect Park is probably one of the biggest parks in Brooklyn. And apparently it was like a huge fire there. So bad that apparently my son's mother was, she don't live near Prospect Park. She's saying she could smell the smoke. So it's huge fire started. I think it was maybe like 3 days ago. I don't know. But yeah, like not only are things starting to go on fire, obviously, but obviously maybe somebody's doing some voter intimidation. The fires just don't randomly start in abandoned buildings anymore. It's not, spontaneous combustion was proved to be not a real thing. So yeah, there might be some political motive. I mean, it's almost like, I would say 9 times out of 10, it's going to be a political motive. But and here's the thing too: fire department didn't catch them, but who's to say the fire department's looking for them? And another thing is, are we as Black people organized to look for things? Are we as Black people organized to find the culprit of people burning our buildings? So yeah, I mean, obviously, just just a reminder that there's serious things going on, and one thing that's particularly serious is just this reality is of, can you combat a large fire? Because one of the weapons of the human species is fire. You know, in fact, the way that they killed that the one person, Michael Dorner, I think his name was, the way they killed him was he got him to a building. He was like, "I'm the best sharpshooter out there," and then they burned him. They burned the building he was hiding in. You know, they don't have to shoot you. And the only question is, can you put out a fire? And that's a serious thing. If the infrastructure of putting out fires is left to the state and the state don't like you, because that's what happened a long time ago. The fire department would just watch your houses go on fire. Yeah, just maybe that's the thing. Because, like you said, the winner of the last election didn't really run on anything except for the fact that he you know, except for that guys they not like us talking about you. That's it.
Appreciate that. Yeah, shout out to KW7 who's out there in the chat. He said Christopher Dorner. Yeah, that's the ex-cop who they cornered in a building. Just burned it down. I'm not gonna put the comments up tonight because of the whole jankiness of the browser and whatever. But KW7 says black people will have to get serious about being serious. With that said, let me go to Buana next. Buana, what say you to this?
For me, it's a wait and see. You know, like Oni was saying, he said that it's a wait and see. It could be coincidental. It could be coincidental, the fact that this building was burned on the 4th, but it could be Brother Bakari's assumption is that, you know, one of the MAGA people did this to prove a point. You know, so, you know, I just would like to see what is the evidence? What is the evidence that's going to come out of it to see what in fact actually happened? And because I don't have enough information now. I would say, well, what KW Dawn 7 said is true. He said that you have to get serious about being serious. And I think that with this election, with the kind of president who has put himself in office right now, I think that black people have to become serious about being serious, you know. And I think that as I said the last time, because Brother Bakari asked me what is going to happen, what's the next move if Donald Trump is elected, I say, well, these people have to get themselves. Well, if you ain't been preparing from before now, you should have been preparing in far as weapons training, in far as food resources, in far as several different things. And this was because of what happened for 2 years with COVID. You know, so now you have a president who is hugely unpopular among black people. Hugely unpopular. So what do you do now? And the only thing is you have to get organized, get prepared, and, you know, for what's to come, what's coming down the pipeline, you have to prepare yourself. Either you are or you are not. Or not. You know, or you're going to be in a very vulnerable situation, unfortunately. So that's all I would say to this, man. I really don't have much to say about this problem.
Appreciate that, Buana. With that said, let's welcome in our brother Kofi, the Black Critic this week. Kofi, how are you?
Yeah, I'm doing good, Kofi. I'm doing good. Pretty much, yeah. With everything that they said as far as like the evidence that they really don't have any conclusive evidence of what it is. They're alluding to that, you know, they're due to you know, low attendance and, you know, people not going to university and is being in financial trouble and things of that nature. I'm thinking arson, you know, they're probably insured, you know, but also we can't rule out the fact that, you know, it could be, to what the other brother said, it could be something that's being done malicious by MAGA people, and fire is used. That's the old civil rights tactic and weapon that they do. They either set fire to a cross or they set fire to the church that killed little girls, you know, innocent children. You know, that's what white supremacy has a tendency to always go after women and children. So I don't know if anyone was harmed. Hopefully no one was harmed, but we can't say definitely if it's one or the other, but I believe that all options should be on the table, should be explored. Now, one thing that you did say in opening this segment right here that I think is very important, and right now I'm a wait and see type of person, how I see the tables being set right now in, as far as like Trump supporters and people that's going in his cabinet. You have people saying, pretty much taking credit for what, look, I give Trump credit for signing the bill that's supposed to fund HBCUs, right? But you have all the fake, the fake pro-blackers and the Republicans and all these people that's saying that, oh, Donald Trump did it. Donald Trump did it. He just did it out of himself with thin air. It had nothing to do with Obama, which is a lie. I want to see now that this has happened, if he's going to be on some like, oh wow, a black school, historic black college was burnt to the ground. Me, Donald Trump, since I gave you guys money the last time, I love black people. I have pictures with Al Sharpton and all these people and rappers. So of course I love black people. That's the metric for if Donald Trump is not racist or not. So I will want to see if he's going to be on something like, oh wow, let me break him off a little extra money so they can rebuild. That's what I'm waiting to see. What happens pretty much. I mean, again, it's not pretty much I can pretty much say to this, but except for we're just gonna probably much have to wait and see what it is and what happens, and that's pretty much it.
Appreciate that, Kofi. Once again, you guys make sure to check out Kofi's show from last night. Good discussion.
Yeah, I apologize for that. About my show, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off about the show. It's off right now because I said jab, and we were talking about Robert. Oh, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that on here. I said because we were talking about vaccines and stuff like that, and I guess it got flagged as I was anti-vax, which I'm not anti-vax at all. So, I mean, when you own YouTube channels, you got to be very, very careful. So I'm sorry for everybody that was on there. It's down right now. I'm trying to see if they try to put it back up. So, but thank you, Norm, for that, Coco, for shouting that out. But anyone curious to know what happened, that's what happened.
Yeah, that kind of stuff on here. This is why, again, that's going to be my thing for this upcoming 2025 is we got to push to get something of our own where we can all broadcast to. We can get an audience that comes through. We get people who listen to the audio later on. By the way, I don't know if you guys who are using StreamYard, I don't know if you guys have seen the price hike that they put out there. So you guys who are listening, please hit the Cash App because, yeah, they really went up. And the thing with StreamYard is it's super convenient for hosting people. It's better than, say, OBS Studio in that respect. I used to use OBS Studio before, and you guys remember it was a little bit janky. You had to go on Discord to be able to be heard here, blah, blah, blah. So please hit the Cash App, not just for me, but for all the folks who are broadcasting on KWAZ Radio. With that said, thanks again, Kofi, for that. With that said, let's hear from Black Steel. Black Steel, what say you to Knoxville having this historic building burned down?
So my question is, who benefits from burning down an empty building, right? Apparently the building had been empty for years. The school was closed. They didn't have accreditation. They were trying to get it back, but my question is, what would it benefit anybody to burn down an empty, abandoned building? Maybe the symbolism, perhaps. I don't know, but I more than likely believe it was a man-made fire, but I believe it wasn't meant as a form of arson. Maybe somebody was playing around, had a bonfire, could have been a lit cigarette, anything. I don't really see the need to burn down an abandoned school with nobody in it. Had it been a school that was full of black students and people, and it was a location where people were voting, yeah, I could see, okay, this is definitely some foul play behind this. But outside of that, other than this being a HBCU, what would be the need to burn down an empty building? sometimes it could just be, some kids playing around, smoking cigarettes, trash can fire, bonfire, whatever that get out of control. It could be, the building's abandoned. Who's to say it couldn't be faulty electrical work in there? If the power's not off, a spark something could have happened. It could be any number of things. But at this point, because of the dearth of information, I'm really gonna lean toward it just being just somebody fucking around. Honestly, I think we need more information to say that. It's terrible that it happened. I know the school was in the midst of trying to get the things they needed to reopen, but did they say how long the school had been closed? I wonder, because it could have been empty for years now, and they're trying to bring it back. Trying to breathe life back into a corpse, basically. But yeah, I don't think that, as far as what I would say, anything malicious behind it. Yeah, it's man-made, but it could be just, again, people just fucking around. So I'll leave it there. Thanks.
But Black Steel, are you concerned that, in the midst of them trying to rehabilitate it, now there's a new administration, and this particular administration doesn't seem like it'll be too friendly towards an HBCU? Are you concerned about funding that it might?
I gotta say that within Black people's history, we've been here before, right? We've been in these situations where we have presidential administrations that aren't friendly to us, right? Hell, Ronald Reagan, George Bush, Richard Nixon. We've been in these positions before, where we've had unfriendly presidents, unfriendly legislatures, unfriendly Supreme Courts. As far as the funding, Trump likes to be seen as somebody who is magnanimous, and he likes to be somebody in charge. I'm sure if you kiss his ass and you rub his balls, I'm pretty sure he'll give a couple dollars to the HBCUs. That's the type of person he is. He likes to be praised and acknowledged as doing the right thing. So I'm pretty sure if you get on his good side, he would be willing to donate. But I think we have to realize that it's not just Trump in office anymore, right? They won the House and the Senate are both majority Republican. So who's to say if he writes if Congress is going to approve a bill? Remember, it's the Congress, the legislature, that controls the purse strings of the government. The president can write an executive order, or the legislature can sign off on it, and the president has to sign the bill to make it into law. But it's the legislature that controls the money. So who's to say for this Republican-led legislature that they're going to do anything? Again, I don't think the focus should be on just Donald Trump. I think the focus should be on the entire apparatus of government has been captured by a party that is hostile to Black people. But again, we've been here before. So that's all I'm saying.
Appreciate that, Black Steel. Yeah, historic building burned down at one of Tennessee's oldest HBCUs. What caused Knoxville College fire? What we know. I like what the matron said. I think Kofi echoed those thoughts. Hopefully, they were adequately insured. But to have been closed for a while seems kind of interesting, and as far as insurance goes and no enrollment and whatnot. But let's hear from Brother Bakari. Brother Bakari, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, I'm gonna go completely different than all of them. Somebody gonna have to prove to me that white folks didn't do it. See how that works? I'm like them. I'm like them the way they are to us. So when they say the building was just empty, there's no reason. So if you read the article, I sent the article to Kofi, I sent the article to Coco. That's one of the buildings that was on the state register of historical business of historical in the state of Tennessee. So when they burned it, so I would say when MAGA burned it, they burned an historic Black building. So it's not just to say, well, let's wait and see. Well, maybe some people can wait and see, but somebody gonna have to show me that white folks didn't do it. And I don't think stroking Trump ego would give an HBCU anything. He was president before, grabbed the mic and said, I did this for HBCUs. went in the back room and vetoed the bill, and a congressman from North Carolina forced him to give HBCUs a one-time payment. So he really didn't sign anything to do anything for HBCUs. This administration did, but Trump didn't do anything. I know he grabbed the mic and said it, but he never did anything. So for me, if you read the article and you'll see how this school, yes, it lost its accreditation, but like I said, that's one of the buildings that's a historic, that's considered a historic site in the state of Tennessee, and it's on a HBCU. It's on an HBCU campus that has mainly online students now, not many on-campus students, but mainly, if any, but mainly online students. But it's a historic building in the state. So yes, I would say they burned it, and it happened on the night of the election after the polls closed in Tennessee. That's how I see it.
I appreciate that breakdown, Bakari. Yeah, I couldn't put up the my computer's acting up, so couldn't put up the article. So I tried to play the video to give some background. But I appreciate you adding that part. Is there anyone who'd like to add any last comments to this prompt? Okay, I guess no one wants to add any last comments. So thank you all for that discussion. The chat was kind of quiet. Let's get the chat going a little bit. We're going to continue along the lines of MAGA, or Blaga, as Bakari calls him. Should read topic number 2 says, this Nigerian brother went hard for Trump. Why they do him like that already? This is kind of funny to me. So there's this tweet from Voice of Our Ancestors channel that says exactly what I said just now. This Nigerian brother went hard for Trump. Why they do him like that already? And there's a quote. A fellow Trump supporter said that since I'm black, I'll never be accepted. This has come from Black MAGA Chima. So I'll play the video and then we'll discuss it. It's short, so I might play it twice.
I can't hear it.
Oh, there's no sound coming through? Damn it. Let me try it again. Hold on. I don't know why the sound's coming through. Okay, hold on. All right, let's try it now. Can you guys hear it now?
I mean, I was on TikTok live, and a fellow Trump supporter said, all he needed was my vote. I'll never be part of the MAGA family. And that I'm black, I'll never be accepted, but he just got my vote. Nah, that's crazy. Like, I love MAGA Nation. I love the MAGA family. And that breaks my heart that someone would speak to me like that right after the election, that all I was a vote. Nah, I love all you guys. And I know most of you MAGA family members are not racist. And I love you guys. And I'll keep repping MAGA Nation, Trump 2024. But that really broke my heart that some guy would say that. Extremely heartbroken. MAGA family, I was on TikTok live, and a fellow Trump supporter said that all he needed was my vote. I'll never be part of the MAGA family. And that I'm black, I'll never be accepted, but he just got my vote. Nah, that's crazy. Like, I love MAGA Nation. I love the MAGA family. And that breaks my heart that someone would speak to me like that right after the election, that all I was a vote. Nah, I love all you guys. And I know most of you MAGA family members are not racist. And I love you guys. And I'll keep repping MAGA Nation, Trump 2024. But that really broke my heart that some guy would say that. Extremely.
Weeping Willow. Doesn't he look familiar? Doesn't he look similar to another picture we saw this week? I'll let you guys figure out what I'm referring to if you haven't already. But that is his image there. Looks kind of familiar. That's Blagger for you. Weeping about not being accepted by the mainstream MAGA group. Shout out to Trigger Happy 262 Plus who's out there in the chat. He put the crying emoji several times, which is wild. Let me hear from Black Steel on this one. Black Steel, what say you? This Nigerian brother went hard for Trump. Why they do him like that already?
First of all, he ain't no brother of mine. First of all, let me just start off with that. Get a load of this guy. This is again another case of battered wife syndrome, right? So I'm going to talk about just the absurdity. It's like something I remember something Bobby E. Wright said. He said black people have been in this country for 400 years and they still don't know how it works, right? So this, but from my understanding, what you said, this dude's Nigerian, right? So unfortunately, a lot of people from the diaspora come here, and I get it because they've been fed a steady diet of American programming, and they look at Black Americans and they figure that Black Americans are in the condition we're in because we didn't take advantage of opportunities. Racism happened a long time ago. They see Black people living lavish lifestyles, and they think that, hey, the reason they're not doing well, Black Americans, because they're just not applying themselves. And the truth is, America is anti-Black. And if you want to get anywhere to succeed in this country, you got to be anti-Black. And that includes other Black people. You would be surprised at some of the anti-Black ideas that some of our wealthy and affluent Black people might hold about the masses of poor and poor and underdeveloped Black communities. But this dude, I mean, it's funny because they're literally hitting him in the face. And he's the type of dude, they'd be tying a rope around his neck and he still wouldn't believe it. They're throwing a rope around a tree, he still have trouble believing it. It's sad that we have Black people like that, but it's not unheard of, right? It's not anything to be in complete and total shock. Oh, I can't believe it. Yeah. And there's always gonna be some white Black people involved, some nonsense. Yeah, and they let him know he's a joke. They played him for a joke. And there's another Black content creator. I can't think of his name. He used to be Fresh and Fit. Yeah, Fresh and Fit. And he was banging hard for Trump too. And he is, I believe he's Ethiopian or Somalian, one of them countries. He's Sudanese. He's Sudanese. And they let him know, yeah, there's no place for you in this country, nigga. And he couldn't believe it. He was getting upset. But I don't understand that Black people from other countries come here and think they're not Black. They think they don't get lumped in with us. It's like we're not like those other Black people. And truth be told, these white people these racists don't make a distinction. They don't care where you're from. You could be an Afro Latino, you're a nigga who speaks Spanish. You know, they don't make that. That's the whole thing about the Haitians. Did you think they were just talking about the Haitians? You think they were talking about the Haitian? They was just a Haitian thing? No, it was a Black thing. It was a Black thing. They better get it in their heads that you're Black. I don't care what country in Africa you from, what island you from. These white people see you as Black. They see you as a threat to their hegemony, and they will treat you as a threat to their hegemony. So I'll leave it there. Thanks, Coco.
Appreciate that, Black. So yeah, we're gonna discuss that concept that you mentioned about other folks from other places didn't consider themselves Black before coming to America. That's one of the topics tonight as well. With that said, again, thanks again, Black Steel. With that said, let me hear from Buana on this one. Buana, what say you?
Well, I don't know what the fact that he has a Nigerian, he's a Nigerian. I don't know what that means, but I guess it's to suggest that foreign-based Blacks usually have values that are more Republican or Republican-minded. So maybe that's why the person would have accentuated the fact that this person was a Nigerian, because like Black Steel was saying, if he's Black, it doesn't matter if he's Nigerian. He just was a Black man who was supporting Trump. So I don't know what the premise was on just emphasizing the fact that he was Nigerian. And I really would like to come back to that thought where, unfortunately, many of us, when we come from the Caribbean or Africa, our economies are built off of nepotism. Not necessarily merit based. So we've been fooled into thinking, many of us been fooled into thinking that your economies are built off of merit. All you need to do is work hard, be the smartest person in the room, and you will be You'll be praised, you'll be venerated, you'll be respected, you'll be given high positions of authority, you'll be put in places of high offices. This is what we've been fooled to think because we watch American television as well. And the politicians get on microphones and say, all you need to do, they always say this, oh, America is a place. You know, Barack Obama and them used to talk about it. All most politicians, all you need to do is work hard, work hard, and you could be a success too, just like us. This is the dream that they sell around the world. And when you living in a nepotistic society where you in the slums or may not have access to power, they get this idea in their head, oh, all I need to do is work hard and it's all merit based and you could become whatever you want to be. And then America puts all their idols, their black idols up in front of the world to say, look at these people, Oprah and Denzel Washington and all these other, all they did was work hard and they achieved a level of success. This is what they sell to the world. Don't worry about race. That doesn't matter. We are only concerned with your ability to perform. So by the time they get here, they already have that next generation. Some are going to wake up and say, my daddy used to think these things, but that wasn't true. Here's how America actually works. This is what's actually going on in America. So you would see in voting, you would see a large swath of people who just came to America, black men or international black men, they vote along the lines of republicanism. But by the next generation, all of them become Democrats for some strange reason. But I think that's what the premise is. That's what the premise is. And another thing too is there's a thing where I don't understand it. We black people want to be accepted among white people, as if being accepted among black people are not good enough. We've been taught to think the pinnacle of where you need to be placed or properly placed in this world is to be around white folks. Then you have arrived in life. Then you work for a prestigious white company or corporation. You have arrived now. They promoted you, or they put you in high office and high position. You have arrived now. You don't feel that way about when you're in your own company or when you're working among black people, but you feel you want to be accepted. This is a conditional thing. We've been programmed to think this way. We have been indoctrinated to think this way, and we have to work to disabuse ourselves of the idea just to be close to whiteness. That is a lie. But like I said, I want to be brief so to let the other brothers go.
I want to well stated. Well said. I like how you kind of gave people the inside on that Caribbean and African experience and how we know it's like a nepotism that goes on in our societies, heavy. In fact, to the point where we say things like, it ain't what you know, it's who you know. That's a common. I mean, since I small, I hear that thing said, and yeah, I'm glad that you brought that to the fore during this conversation. We're gonna talk more about that foreign black thing again, like I said earlier, after Black Seal spoke. With that said, let me hear from Kofi the Black Critic. Kofi, what say you?
Yeah, Coco, you remind me of my uncle, man. Like the certain things and phrases that you say, and you're right. That's something that we have in our minds. Back in Guyana is like the same thing. It's not what you know, is who you know to get in certain positions. So some people would like, but I think this goes across all cultures. So you know how black people have this crab in the barrel. So if you know someone, oh, this person over here, they work at such and such and such a place, or ask him and see if he'll get you in. Oh no, man, I don't know if I could do that. This, that, and and like, come on, help me, help you, right? Because we all know it's not what you know, who you know. It's like we want to have this. Like I remember, I wanted to get that same uncle. He was like, hey, he works for the MTA. He's worked for the MTA for forever. I was like, all right, let me ask him. I was like, he's not gonna let you. He's not gonna put you on. He's gonna give you a whole bunch of excuses because he wants to be the only one working at the MTA, having a good job with benefits, pension, and all that other stuff. So he could kind of like, I guess, not look down on you, but brag. But to go back to this guy right here, it's pretty much, I don't know what his experience is, because each, I guess, immigrant experience, there are similarities and there are some differences, but it seems that he's just completely oblivious to what white supremacy is. And again, that goes across the board, but I think it's a little bit more heavy on our side if we're not educated about the places where we're going to. So the people in the Caribbean, if you're going to immigrate somewhere, you're going to immigrate into either to the Americas or to England, right? And we have to educate ourselves outside of the educational system that England has given us. So Guyana has an English standard of education. So of course, so I like using myself as an example, so you can see the transformation of what immigrant, which is now an American here. My mother grew up in the time during of Walter Rodney and Burnham and everything, right? So I'm asking her questions and things like that, and she said, "I know the Guyanese national anthem." And I was like, "Oh, you do?" I think I probably told the story already. She was like, "Yes, but before we were singing the English national anthem, so it's like God Hail the Queen, da, 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 and all that." So when Guyana made up their own national anthem, they were singing that. She said she used to go to school. They started singing both. And I was like, wait. You got Guyana got their independence. I understand you have to sing the English national anthem. You made your own national anthem. Why are you still singing the English national anthem? My mother goes like, you know what? Why the thing makes sense. Like, I don't know why we did it. So there's a form of indoctrination even on the islands. But again, at the same time, when you come here, to what Buana was saying is like, okay, hard work and nepotism is not who you know is what you know. And if I have to work my way up to the top, I have no problem working my way up to the top. So once they get there, that's why they feel like, hey, look, I have arrived. I've been accepted by Chad and Zach and Hillary. And you just think that you arrived without knowing that, no, that doesn't mean that they accept you. Like Donald Trump said to his own supporters when he was on a campaign trail, he said, "I don't care about you, I just care about your votes." And then he because dude has fucking dementia, he was like, "Oh, then the fake news is gonna say, oh, that's a horrible thing to say." He was trying to walk it back. But he's saying what's on his mind. And white people would use you. Like one thing, there's certain things that I don't like about Tariq Nasheed or whatever, but I hear him and other people say is like, hey, look, white supremacy, once they're finished with their black tools, they break it and they just cast it aside. You're just an ends to a means, you know. So, and no matter what it is, he's pretty much just have to learn the hard way. Because you know what I'm saying, no matter what, you still a nigga. No matter you still a nigga. If you're from Somalia, oh, okay, you're a sand nigga. If you're an Arab from North Africa, oh, you're still you know, that's all who you are. Like, I'm a gamer, and I'm playing. I mean, the game that I have you know, it's a black. It's I think it was on Black Panther or Black something. So the gamers know that I'm black, right? I win the game. And the guy is gonna say, "Oh, you nigger, you play like a nigger." And I was like, "Okay, that's like, listen here, you genetic drift of humanity. Once you get out your cave and blah, 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 blah," I said all that, and he was like, "Oh my gosh, we got a smart nigger here." I'm still a nigger. So the thing that certain uneducated Nigerians and certain Caribbeans, even Black Americans, we have, I mean, you got your Tim Scotts, you got your Jesse Lee Petersons, you know, you have all these people that are here. They just choose to live in a different reality. And as Black people, we all have to understand that we have to live in the reality, not the reality that you want. You have to actually live in the reality that's good too, because then you're gonna end up suffering and get hurt like this. But pretty much, I mean, that's all I pretty much have to say to that. But with him, I'm kind of glad this is turning out this way, because America is showing you who she is. She's showing you what she is. And those people that voted for Trump, those white supremacists that voted for Trump, right? They're showing you who they are. Like, nigga, we don't need you no more. We got it. So I'm sad, but I'm not sad because certain lessons has to be learned hard, especially in this day and age in the age of information. I'm pretty sure a lot of things has happened to this guy that question his quote unquote loyalty to MAGA that he was like, and he just totally disregard. Now he's so hurt he has to make a TikTok about it. And maybe this will be a lesson learned, and there's gonna be a lot of hard lessons learned from here on out. And that's pretty much it. I yield the mic.
I appreciate that, Kofi. You touched on something in your response there that reminded me. You know, every once in a while I show up on someone's channel. Every once in a while. And I was on earlier in the week with Brother Bakari. This was, I think, the night after the election. And I was letting Bakari know that I actually worked at a voting station this year. And I watched the different people groups who were voting Republican, voting for Trump. But in our conversation, the thing that I talked mostly about with Bakari that night was, you know, Trump is in power now, right? He won the election. What are we going to do amongst each other? And I emphasize, like we all do, I emphasize this idea that we got to come together and start working together now. You know, forget who is the person in power. What are we going to do for one another? And like Bakari mentioned earlier about I think it was 10 billion that the Dems gave out this past year or what have you to small black businesses. One of the things I mentioned is that, and Kofi's response reminded me of this, is that we gotta start having our spooks who sat by the door now, man. Like, it's time for folks to say, you know what, I'm the black person who puts together the list of RFQs and RFPs for small businesses, for black small business set asides. And you know what? We noticed that a bunch of large companies are swooping in and taking these things. Let's get this out to our people, you know, through the back door, so to speak. Let's slide this to our people. Let them know, hey, man, next week they're going to drop these potential contracts. You guys can apply for them. Like, we got to start doing that kind of stuff. We got to stop worrying about who's a Nigerian, who's a Jamaican, who's a Bahamian, who's from Guyana. Stop worrying about that. Who's a Black American. Like, stop worrying about this stuff. Let's get together. Let's organize ourselves. Let's look out for one another. Because that's really, like, when Bakari says his political party is black, I understand what he means, man. That's really the group that we need to be focused on. You know what I mean? By the way, the chat is kind of quiet, man. You guys, under all the circumstances that we're doing this show tonight, let's get some feedback from you guys. Let's hear you guys' thoughts on some of these things. I might not be able to put it up on the screen as much as I usually do, but let me hear from y'all. I'll read the comments on air. With that said, Oni, this Nigerian brother went hard for Trump. Why they do him like that already?
Yeah, so what I notice is, you know, Nigeria is part of the trifecta of anti-black blacks, along with obviously Black America and South Africa. Yeah, like Nigerians are like this. But what I would also say is this: all the political part, like if you get hype over a politician, the reality is that they really just wanted your vote anyway. You know, especially if you're black, you are not going to be invited to be a policymaker. You know what I mean? Like, and here's the other thing that people are not really picking up on. Trump, well, as far as we know, Trump won't run for re-election. Okay, as far as we know. Now this person, you know, kind of, you know, has hinted at having a longer than 2-term thing, but you know, that's not too likely. But it's possible, you know, like you know, the same way that anything's possible, right? I mean, obviously the Constitution blocks it, but obviously white people write the Constitution, and obviously, you know, at the end of the day, might makes right, and you know, who knows what's going to happen. But the point is that let's just assume that the dude's not running for re-election, right? When you're not running for re-election, when you have a second term and you don't have to appeal to anybody, you can do some fuck shit. Like, you could do some damage. Okay, and I don't know what kind of damage he has in mind. Let's say on an international level, but on a domestic level, he has some damage in mind. His people have some damage in mind. Okay, his people have some damage in mind. So, I do want to emphasize that anybody, like if you're part of the quote unquote K Hive, all she wanted was your vote. Obviously, I don't know what this guy's thinking. Like these people are going to be your friends after the election. They just wanted your vote. They just wanted you to not vote for Kamala. They just wanted to win an election. Like obviously. And that's okay, because at the end of the day, that's what they did. They won the election. And so, the ends justify the means in that sense, right? But this guy obviously didn't understand that, he didn't understand that, and now he does. But yeah, I mean, obviously, but that's like I said. I think Nigeria is typically like anytime you see something stupid coming out of Africa, it's typically Nigeria. Um, uh, so I would just say, why are they doing like that? Because that's what they're supposed to do. They were supposed to they have an agenda that doesn't include black people, and any black person should have seen that. They should have seen that they had an agenda that didn't include black people. And why a person from Nigeria can't look in the mirror and see a black man, I don't know. Okay? I do not know why a person in Nigeria can't see the black man. But that's on like I can't even say apparently there was a parade in Nigeria. That's what they say. There was a parade in Nigeria after Trump won. It don't make no damn sense, no way. But Nigeria is just a heads up to anybody. I mean, I don't really advertise Tanzania too much. Although y'all hear my internet's pretty fly right now, so it's not it's not all bad or whatever. But if anything, black people tell me they go to Nigeria, I say, look, man, we consider that because that's just one of them backward nations at this day. And just real talk, just one of those nations. I don't think black folks should fuck with, honestly. And that's about it.
Appreciate that, Oni. In the chat, Trigger Happy 262 Plus says black identity is way greater than any other identity we have. He says black identity should be seen as a geocultural group or pan ethnicity. The matron is still with us out there in the chat. She said this guy forgot his place and he needed his N-word wake-up call. He is a maggot, and that means that white supremacy is okay with him. Them white folks are going to take care of him if he's a good little N-word. Ain't that a shame? Trigger Happy says tribalism and foreign impositions is the only reason a Nigerian couldn't see himself in another black person. This can be applied to any other African country or group. So that's, I guess, that's a comment to Oni's comment. We'll double back to that if Oni wants to after. In the meantime, let's find out from Brother Bakari why they do him like that, Brother Bakari.
Well, I'm glad they did him like that. That's how they always do you. But the only question I want to know, how do people know he's Nigerian? Because I've seen people say this person is from this place in Africa and the brother be from the United States. How do they know he's Nigerian? Did he say he was Nigerian? It's just a black dude, because you can't look at him and tell. He don't have an accent or anything that's saying that he's Nigerian. I'm Igbo. He ain't speaking like that. How do they know it's just a black dude that got put in his place? He's blacker. He got put in his place by MAGA. But it's a lot of that gonna come. It's a lot of that's gonna come. Now, it's somebody on your panel that will make excuses when he get treated like crap by when blacker get treated bad by MAGA. But it's a lot of that is gonna happen. But when you said about Nigeria, if he's having because Nigerians is no different than African Americans. How many people y'all heard bragging on Putin when Russia and Ukraine went to war? How many black people, in all honesty, used to talk about they want Russia to win and was bragging on Putin? Shit, I sent only a video showing what a Nigerian was marching through the streets, talking about how they want Putin. So it won't surprise me if he's Nigerian. But how do they know that he's Nigerian? But hey, it's a lot of black folks that's that same way, and there's a lot of black folks. Like I said, there's a lot of people about to learn a hard
I don't
lesson.
I don't know
There's a
I don't
lot
know
of
why Brother Bakari I don't
there's
know
a
why
lot of
Brother
people.
Bakari don't leave me alone to drink my coconut water and vodka.
It's a lot of it's a lot of it's a lot of people. It's it's a lot of people about to learn a lesson, and some of them gonna learn from me. Cause I'm gonna be honest, man. I'm a little dirty sometimes, like nasty. Like it's this black dude I work with walking around with his Trump hat on and bragging on Trump, talking about soon as that denaturalization start, I'm gonna call on his ass, the Jamaican dude. Y'all, hey, y'all need to come get him. Cause we got to get them out of our way. We got to get them black people like this guy, that Jamaican guy. We got to get them out of our damn way. So he got to go. The other Jamaican guy, I ain't for sure he won't straight up say it. He just sound like it. But I let him know because the dude gonna call me brother. I like, dude, you got no Trump hat. We ain't brothers. I ain't with no black person around here bragging on Trump and this dude talking about hurting black people. We ain't brothers. You just an okay person to me. Don't call me brother no more. I never call you brother. And that's how it is. It's a lot of people finna get there's a lot of people about to learn some hard lessons. I'll leave it at that.
It's
Yeah, but
crazy. I'm sorry. It's crazy to me, right? They say you scratch a liberal and a fascist bleeds, right? It's crazy to me how the minute the Democrats lose the election, now y'all starting to talk about deporting people. How are you guys any different than Trump? So basically, you don't get your way, these people got to leave the country. If they didn't
Well,
vote the way you felt, hold on, I want to finish. Hold on, let me cook. So if they didn't move the way you feel they should move, right? They need to leave the country. Who does that sound like? Don't that sound like? I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
oh, watch this. I don't care who it sound like, but I'm a clown. I ain't gonna call on nobody, but he ain't my brother. And I will say what I said again. Because people only say certain parts of a statement. They don't want to say the whole thing that I said. Any black person that's out here caping for a white guy who can grab the mic and ask for and call for black people to be hurt, they are not my brother. I said a whole lot before I said that little bit that you said. So he's not my brother. And when he called me brother, I let him know we ain't brothers. Because I don't see how no black person, see, that's the issue. A single issue. A white boy, a tyrant, a bigot can get the mic in front of 67 million people watching a debate and blow a dog whistle for Haitians to be hurt. Then the vice president now, before he said that, sent out tweets talking about the Haitians. Ted Cruz in Texas sent out the tweets talking about the Haitians. Then Trump want to do a purge. So any black person that's caping for a white boy that's calling for the hurt of black people is not my brother. So say my whole statement and you'll understand why I feel how I feel. Because he chose sides. But I ain't gonna call. That's a joke. So if you think I'm gonna pick up the phone and call somebody on somebody, but I did let him know that we ain't brothers. And I mean that.
yeah, I didn't think Bakari was serious with that statement. Trigger Happy in the chat says I wouldn't necessarily advocate for anyone to be deported though. If I was in a situation, now Bakari is not really talking about deporting
Okay,
anybody.
long as we're clear, because a lot of people have been saying, "Oh, well, I hope that such and such happens to you because you didn't vote for Harris," right? And I think that we have to be honest. A lot of people were voting, hoping that Harris was winning. But truth be told, I mean, I knew she didn't have a snowball's chance in hell to win. I said that publicly. I still hold that belief. But people are voting their conscience, right? And the Democrat Party, and this again, it's not just the president. If it was just Harris, that's one thing. But the fact that the Senate and the House also turned red. So this is more of an indictment against the Democrats, more so than it is against Harris, I believe. I think,
And it could be an indictment on Democrats, right? But my point ain't about a Democrat or a Republican. My point is, if black people can't stand together when white people telling you what they want to do to you, that ain't white people problem. That's black people fault. That ain't white people fault. That is black people fault. That is black people fault when the white can tell you what they want to do. And the people in the Senate, in the House, is right along with them, and they telling you what they want to do. When he can grab the mic and tell you his plan, he's gonna implement a federal stop and frisk, and black people still want to cape for that person. See, I ain't talking about a Republican. I ain't talking about a Democrat.
But
I'm
brother
looking at that.
Brother Bakari, this guy that we're talking about right now, and the guy at your workplace, these are the minority, because most black people voted for Harris. You
Black
see what I'm
people
saying?
that voted. Wait a minute. Black people that voted. See, we got to be honest. See, I separate them too, because there's a lot of black people that sat on the couch that was okay with a white boy calling for you to be hurt. And that's the problem that I have. So when I
Yeah.
say you can't be trusted, how can I trust you to help me fight if a white person is coming? I'm gonna give just a regular example. And I did a live on this. The motorcycle gang just came, a white motorcycle gang about 3-4 years ago, just came and propped up in the black neighborhood. Black people scared to look at them. I went, and if Erica Howard was on here, she'd take me. I said, I got to go holler at these folks. I had to go question them. I have never seen so many just scared to look. They're like, what y'all doing here? Because you can't just constantly come and intimidate black people. You think I could trust those black people who will let anybody just come up in your neighborhood and intimidate you? That's the same way I see these black people that's caping for that white boy who's
But
talking
hold on,
about hurting black people.
there's a little bit of difference to that. Now that takes courage, right? What we're talking about is something to a lesser extent, as far as like getting out and voting, or saying, you know what, like you say, you know what, fuck Donald Trump. You can't even get black people to say that after saying all the things that you said. And to me, that's the problem. I'm not asking you to get a gun. I'm not asking you to get a knife or a sword. I'm not asking you to be Nat Turner or Denmark Visa. I'm not asking you to do that. I'm asking you to acknowledge there is an existential white supremacist threat, and you need to point it out. Oh, but the crime bill and Joe Biden. It's like, nigga, what? I mean, I went on a rant about that too, and you said something similar to that too. It's like, why are y'all so scared to call out someone who's calling you out? It doesn't make any sense. I mean, look, black people are not a monolith. I get that. They had a lot of Hispanic people that voted for Donald Trump. Now, I don't know what their immigration status is. I don't know what generation they are or whatever, but it's kind of crazy going back. I mean, on my show yesterday, you had a Hispanic guy like, hey, okay, they're talking about them, those Hispanics, those Latinos. They're not talking about me. They're talking about those Latinos. And guess what? They sent his ass back to Mexico. Oh, I thought they weren't talking about me. So you have a lot of this. You have a lot that's going on. Even when you go into FBA. So I'm a I'm a FBA, so they can't get rid of me and things like and shit like that. But they're talking about denaturalizing people, like people that are naturalized, like second, third generation. People are probably like me. I've been a citizen since 88, 89. They're talking about denaturalizing people.
Kofi, I think that they're going to go even further than that, because you have some people who are making calls to repeal the 14th Amendment, which they basically started out as birthright citizenship. It basically what gave those former slaves citizenship after the Civil War. So you've got people going as far as talking about repealing the 14th Amendment.
Oh, that'd be so one clean soup. So, black immigrants would go back to where they are, and black Americans that are here will be right back to post Civil War.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I see. You know what?
If you get rid of,
go ahead, Buana.
If you get
Buana, I don't know if you're breaking up.
You're breaking up, brother. What you say?
No, I didn't want to cut him off, but if you get rid of the 14th Amendment, that means Donald Trump wife goes home as well. Are they going to ship Donald Trump home? She's a naturalized citizen.
I hate when people say that.
I just wanted to ask it. Like I say, man,
immigration is only for black and brown people. Black and brown people are the extension.
Everything. Yeah. That's funny.
I don't even know why they say that. I'm sorry. Go ahead. But I don't know why they say that.
I'm being very gentle because I'm not. Let me ask you though, brother Bakari, because I'm not trying to get into
that includes Donald Trump too. You know that, right?
But you know it also includes due process under the law too. So the 14th didn't just give citizenship; it also includes due process under the law. It also provides disqualification from office for those who are guilty of insurrection or rebellion, and the power of enforcement too. So it's a lot of shit bundled with that. But I think that it's very clear the desire to remove this amendment is not just, oh, we want to get rid of immigrants too. No. They're trying to attack due process. They're trying to go for any other number of background things that cover that. This is a very insidious plan that they're trying to pull. And they told us they were going to pull it too. So to Bakari's point, this black man is no brother of mine, right? Yeah, I don't fuck with this dude. He's definitely not welcome over here. I don't know the idea, what period in history he thinks America was great again, but that he's in complete denial of history and reality.
Conversation, guys. In the chat, KW Don 7 said it would not have mattered. All black people voted for Harris. She still would have lost. And the matron says, unfortunately, these people think they're playing politics, not realizing that they're being played. I just want to say that.
Hey, can I respond? Okay. I'm sorry. I apologize. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
One last thought from me. If you do want to call on them Latino peoples, because I worked a voting station, like I said, and you guys saw the numbers. Them Latinos voted for Trump heavy. Palestinian Arabs voted for Trump too, by the way, and the Jews did too as well. So, if you want to call on someone, call on them type of folks there. But Bakari, go ahead.
The only thing I want to say in this is, KW Don say it doesn't matter. She wouldn't have won. The point ain't if.
Did Bakari cut out?
Can you still hear me?
Yeah. Go ahead, Bakari.
You can. Okay. My point right now, it ain't about whether she won or not. It's about how black people cape for a white man who wanted to see. If you not physically fight, just go to the booth like this white dude talking about hurting black folks. That damn this. See, my opinion. I know it wouldn't have been 100%, but 77% of black men. That's what Kamala got. She should have got the same amount of black men as black women. Now I think it should have been 100, but I know it ain't gonna be 100% because a lot of black folks just like that dude right there. Just like them couple black, just like the one black Jamaican dude I work with. There's a lot of black folks who going around here listening to the so-called new black media. But my point is, like, how do we accept? How do we?
I think Bakari cut out again, right?
Yeah, I don't hear him either. Here he comes.
Let me see. I think
But
he's
you
gone.
know what though? Before you bring him on, tell me a presidential administration that black people haven't been hurt under though. Like, what are we talking about here? Yeah, Trump was just honest about his shit. That's all.
Boy, you want to
People
add
didn't
something?
vote for Harris because
The
they didn't
different
feel as if she was what
the
she was
diffi-
offering was good enough.
the difficulty I have
Go ahead,
the
Juan.
difficulty I having with Brother Bakari's argument is on two fronts, and I'm trying to reserve. I'm trying to reserve. Hold back a little bit, but I'm trying to reserve myself because I'm knowing that Brother Bakari is trying to disassociate Kamala Harris from the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party are the people who send Kenya into Haiti. They are currently harming black people every day. Every day. So if you're mad about President Trump saying that or he gonna harm black people, right? And yet this administration, who Vice President Kamala Harris is currently the vice president of, they are currently. Where does your care for black people? Does it stop at the border of the United States of America, or does it extend outside of the borders of America? Because the Democratic Party called Haiti the last time I checked. That's the first thing. That's just the first thing. Man, I could go on for days. Like I say, I just wanted to ask him that thing because if he could stop talking to the gentleman because he wearing a MAGA hat because Donald Trump supporting the harm of black people. What do you say for President or Vice President Harris, who called troops into Haiti, who is currently harming black people right now? That's the question I have for him. But like I say, man, I'm trying to be reserved.
No. That's an
These
excellent.
kinds of questions.
That's an
I'm trying to
excellent
reserve
point,
myself.
Juan.
Yeah,
That's
because I
that's
don't
a,
want to back and forth all day.
no. I think that's an excellent point to what you just said, Juan, because and a lot of people, stay home because they really did feel, and I believe that they were correct in seeing that, you know, this duopoly that we live in, the red and the blue, they're pretty much whoever wins, whoever loses, they both still win. And Trump said, okay, I want the police to have complete immunity, right? But the police already have complete immunity. You know how many thousands of black people get killed, hundreds of black people get killed by law enforcement, and it never goes to trial? It's usually only the most egregious cases that actually get brought to trial. The George Floyds, the Breonna Taylors. Outside of that, police are already immune in many cases. So a lot of people are saying what Trump is threatening versus what we're already going through. Both these options suck for us. I'm not gonna vote. I didn't. It's not a course of action I would have taken, but I could see people looking at this situation and saying it's fucked up either way. I look at it. Like you said, black people are already being harmed. America has always been a white supremacist, racist nation. Trump is the only thing he's open with his shit. I would go as far to say George Bush was worse than Trump, and George Bush said nothing of the kind of rhetoric that Trump said. But do we forget Katrina happened under his watch, where we literally sit here watching an entire city of black people die while George Bush was the president? Ronald Reagan, Nixon. I mean, all these. Hell, Bill Clinton. We can go back and far. The problem is not who's in office, right? The problem is the actual apparatus of government as it exists within the United States. Period. It doesn't matter who's in charge, whether it's red, blue, whatever. Black people are going to suffer regardless. You may get a few more concessions from the state. A couple black business owners might get a couple grants or whatnot, but the masses of black people are going to suffer. And not only that, but usually when it's a Democratic president, you don't see many people out in the street because they get lulled into a sense of security, right? People tend to kind of when there's a Democrat, that's when all the progressive and the liberals kind of they tend to take a seat. They want to operate within the means of the system. They want to Let's vote. This is going to lobby all that other bullshit, right? When it's a Republican president, they want to get out in the street and march. But the same shit going on. They were all upset about the kids in cages at the border when Trump was president, right? That was a whole big thing. Oh, they're locking kids in cages. Trump loses the election. Biden comes in office. Kids still in fucking cages though. Biden deported more Haitians than Trump did, but yet you don't see the protests. You don't see the outrage. So it's like Malcolm X said, we compare, the Republicans and the Democrats to the wolf and the fox. The wolf, you know he's a threat. He bares his teeth towards you. He's an enemy. Whereas the fox, you be halfway down his throat before you realize what's going on. And that's pretty much the function. But they're both canines. I'll leave it there.
I kind of want to respond to that. The question. That question is nothing but a distraction, and what was being said is false political equivalencies that I fight all the time. Are they truthful? Yeah. When it comes to what the Democrats did and the Clintons did during the earthquake with the whole thing, I get that. They're both bad, right? The distraction is we're talking about someone that says, I'm going to shoot you in the head versus to something that happened in the past, and we're not learning from our past. So to ignore what's happening now, but look what they did before. And then 10 years later, you ignoring this right now is going on presently, so you can say the same thing all over again. The false political equivalency is saying, well, they're all both the same. No, they're not fucking both the fucking same. And I've been fighting this whole time, and we have to dispel this bullshit, right? If you were to go, please tell me what Democrat has said that Africa is a shithole country. Tell me what Democrat that said that says egregious things about people on not a hot mic, not like, oh whoa, I didn't know the mic was on, and said these things. You can't find one. You can't find one. So that's bullshit saying that they're equally racist. If you were this is our problem. And I said this before. Our problem is when we vote black people in, or progressives or liberals in, that say we're gonna fight for you for this cause. You know what the masses do that got them in that position? You know what they do? They fucking go to sleep. They fucking go to sleep until election time comes up. Then they come out of hibernation. They come out of political hibernation and go like, okay, so what's going on? Oh, they didn't do that. Then y'all get mad. Then you do the same shit another fucking 4 years. Or during midterms. The problem is like, and I like using Cornel West and Tavis Smiley as an example. Obama mania. Yeah, get Obama in. Get Obama in. Oh, Cornel West and Tavis Smiley are fucking pariahs. Not even 6 months in Obama's term. You know why? Because they said, okay, now you got to do this. You better do that. You better do this. Oh, how dare you talk to the first black president like that? Like, what? We voted him. That's what I'm saying. Niggas think this shit is fucking American Idol. When it came to Obama, like, they think this shit is fucking American Idol. You just voted on a personality or someone who you like. Oh, they sung, they danced, they had Beyonce to the White House and sing and dance. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? This is not American Idol. This is not a goddamn minstrel show of how many niggas you can get in the White House singing and dancing and thinking, oh yeah, that's a political agenda. He's doing the Harlem Shake. Like, what? It's like Bill Clinton, but worse. I'm saying this to say that you could hold Democrats accountable for the bullshit that they do and the bullshit that they don't do. You cannot walk to a Republican and say, hey, that thing you said about black people is racist. Like, nigga, kick rocks, I know. So where the fuck is the equivalency? There is no equivalency. It's people being, the masses of black people being politically lazy, or being, or not taking politics serious as a life and death thing. But we're going to fuck around, and now we're going to find out. I'll just land my plane there.
Let me say this. Let me say this, because I kept getting knocked out. So, Kofi, what you did, Kofi, and what they did to you, they took you down. Democrat versus Republican. Can't do it to me. I talked about Trump and Kamala. That's who was running. Not Obama, not Biden. Biden, he wasn't going, not Bush, none of them. So when you say they are the same, this is why I say Bawana have a skirt on for Trump. Because they want to take me down that road, but can't. So show me the equivalency between Trump, the two people that was running, Trump and Kamala. Show me what Kamala had a plan for federal law stop and frisk. Show me where that person was talking about what they want to do to black people, about that person, what they want to, how they want to do a purge on black cities. Show me where that person was saying that. So when you say it's an equivalence, and then when you go through their history, and I proved, because I said the same stuff. So I started reading and studying, because there's a reason Trump said he liked the uneducated. So I started reading and studying and realized I told a lot of lies on Kamala, and most of the people on social media lied on Kamala. So when you study their history, those two people, not Republican, not Democrat, Trump, Kamala, when you study those two people and see their interactions with black people, it's not an equivalence. There is not an equivalence. It's nowhere, it was nowhere near the same. We can go down. Yeah, both of them have done this. Both of them have done this. We all done this to black folk. You always say you want a candidate that don't even mention you. One of them had a plan for black people. One of them, they're going to do this for black people. The other one have a plan to do something to black people. And he said it over and over and over. And you got Manosphere Blagger, who can't look past the fact that Kamala was a woman, and they are afraid of a rich white boy. What they can't even say, yeah, this is what Trump said, and Kamala didn't say that. Well, this is a lie on Kamala. So that's the problem, and it's not an equivalency. Show me where those two people were equivalent, because those were the ones that was running. Show me where anybody is equivalent to MAGA. Show me what any governor of a state said, if Trump lose, things gonna get unhinged, we're gonna go crazy. Show me in my lifetime or in your lifetime. Show me what a congressman of in a state said, if Trump lose, what we're gonna do, and we have the biker boys, Shane biker boys from Trump on our side. Show me what they were in your lifetime. Not go back and read, not talking about they did it in the 60s. In your, show me something on Kamala's side where they would threaten violence and threaten to hurt people and kill people if she lose. So it's not the same. It is not.
It is.
Okay. So
and hold on. But hold on. I'm not gonna play your game. I'm not gonna play. But Trigger Happy said something very important in the quote. Is there an equivalence in terms of foreign policy? So the difference is this: the Democrats are very polite, right?
I said Kamala and Trump. Y'all keep talking about parties. I'm talking about the two people that was running.
We're not talking foreign policy, though. We're not talking foreign policy.
Democratic Party.
I'm talking about the people that want to kill you here. Forget cross the border.
Why y'all talking about
I'm talking about the ones that want to hurt you right here where you live.
Wait a minute, Bakari. Does Donald Trump not represent the Republican Party?
He represents MAGA.
Does MAGA not represent the Republican Party?
According to a whole lot of Republicans, they don't.
No, they don't. No, they don't. That's a fringe part of the Republican Party.
Fringe?
That's why there's a split in the Republican Party.
Nah, I don't see it.
Whoa. You saying there's not a split in the Republican Party?
No, I don't.
Tell him to compare the two candidates.
Everybody. So listen, I give you an example, right? What's her name? Liz Cheney, right? Liz Cheney went against Trump. She's Republican. She went against Trump. This is the former vice president's daughter. They got her the fuck up out of there. These Republicans understand if you're not rolling with Trump, they call them rhinos. Republican in name only.
But that's our point.
They are united. They are united in a way the Democrats are not.
Agreed, but there's a split in the Republican Party. That's what we're saying.
It's not a significant split. If these Republicans know they're going to lose their seat if they don't get behind Trump. They know that.
So
They
Liz Cheney is
understand that.
one of those people that she was on the January 6th hearing along with a lot of other Republicans, and they lost seats because they were going against Trump.
Exactly. So what I'm saying, what split? The people who oppose Trump, they got him out of there. And the people who were thinking about opposing Trump understand if we don't roll with this dude, we're not going to be in office next year. So the Republican Party, they know how to whip their people into shape, right? They know how to get their constituents. When Trump got impeached, right, the second time, they didn't even bother to look at the evidence. The whole Republicans like, nah, we ain't gonna look at this shit.
There was even a woman that said that the evidence is damning, but I'm going to vote for not to impeach.
Exactly.
I remember that.
So you look at the Republicans; they on the same side. So Bakari talks about Trump and Harris, as if Trump and Harris don't represent.
But no, what we're talking about.
I'm talking about the policies that was running for president. Now I'm talking about what they said, what they ran
and
on
not
during their
foreign. We're talking
presidency.
domestic.
And when two black people say, "Oh yeah, they were the same," so and I can sit down and we can break you down the difference. So
we can.
I say, I know what I did was I showed you the difference. So I say, show me the equivalency to Kamala's. No, show me the equivalency of Kamala's policy to Trump's policy.
Okay, here's the problem. Hold on. Here's the problem, McCarthy. The politicians lie. It's not about what they say.
Okay, I got you.
For example, you say, okay, for example, right? I talk about something who's killing black people, right? Which president bombed 7 African countries? Obama, a whole Democrat, right?
You're moving the goalpost.
Wait a minute. Obama is not the. Obama wasn't running, dude. I'm sick of people doing that. Watch this. The person that was running, Trump, bombed the Sahel states when he was in office. I hate when y'all do that shit. So I'm gonna say it again. So now watch this. Watch this. I said the 2 people that was running.
You want
the 2 people that was running.
Listen, that's the problem. You making this about a personality. These people represent a political party.
Oh, okay. You're right. You know what? Trump personality was okay to people like y'all.
Who is y'all? Hold on, time the fuck out. Who the fuck is y'all? I am not a Trump supporter.
Because every time I say something, you blocking from you. See, you done went down the rabbit hole with Bawana.
No, I'm listening.
Because every time, because they're the same, but they were not the same. They were not the same. But they were not the same is the point. And one of them clearly talked about how he wants to hurt black people. And that's the, so I'm like, how in the hell anybody that was running is the same? Show me what the other person.
The Democrats are going to hurt black people too. They just don't say it.
Okay.
That's the problem. They're gonna hurt black people.
Okay,
too.
but hold on. But the thing right there. But that's our point. They're not gonna say it because they know that's not supposed to be up their character. They're supposed to be the moral party. So you can hold them accountable. So when we're saying when you say the 2 are the same, that's what I'm saying. It's bullshit. Because one is number one. Let's be honest. If you want someone to be as racist as a Republican, why would someone be a Democrat? You just be a fucking Republican. I'm not saying it's not like I always say. Like Republican racism is what Kathy Hochul did, the governor of New York, by saying, well, black kids don't know what a computer is. So yes, we need to funding for them because they don't know what a computer is. You know what I'm saying? You're like, what the fuck? That's racist. That's totally different than niggas are stupid. They don't know how to work a computer. Those are 2 different things.
One of them blew the dog whistle to hurt Haitians. The other ones bought Haitians here. One of them.
Wait. Because there was more Haitians deported under Biden than Trump. What are we talking about? Remember that picture where the Haitian was crossing the border and the dude was on a horse whipping him? That was under Biden. What are we talking about?
Let me interject here real quick. So I do think that there's an important question in here. I noticed that the conversation was about domestic, about the U.S. and blacks in the U.S. And I understand that because where am I right now? I'm in the U.S. So that's an important question. But I want to go back to something Provide Triggers for Evolution said. She said, don't you think that Biden Harris think of Haiti and Kenya, for that matter, as shithole countries? She said, how can folks who claim to be Pan-Africanists be defending U.S. imperialism in its multiple varieties or variations. And I think that's a
flowers, man. There's flowers. She
But
deserves
I can answer that question because
Let me answer.
and
I'm
they're
gonna say
doing
this
and
because I got
they're
to go
doing
right
it
quick.
again. Me and Bakari, I'm gonna give it right to you. And this is where they keep what Buana did and Black Steel did, and they're doing the same thing. I know I am talking domestically. Domestic, what people are saying domestically. You run away from the domestic shit and you talking about let's go to international because you're fucked if we're talking about what's going on domestically. If you want to have a conversation about international on policy, yeah, we could do that. But admit that you have to admit that the parties are different when it comes to or not the same when it comes to domestic policy. When it comes to foreign policy, I would say they're all on the same accord. So I mean, stop being stop being intellectually cowardly and say, well, I got nothing. Foreign. We're talking about I'm talking about domestic. Prove to it that they're different domestically.
So I'll give you an example.
So let me tell you how I'm a Pan-African. I'm a Pan-African because I'm standing up against some crooked white boy tyrant who's calling for the hurt of black people and not moving the goalpost saying, well, what about over here? And what about Obama? And what about Biden in 94? And what about this in 78? I'm talking about the person that ran right now, talking about harming black people. And I'm going to stand up for black people. That's what makes me Pan-African, because I'm standing up for the person. I'm standing up against the person that want to hurt, standing up against the person that want to hurt black people, can grab the mic and say it, and you have people want to move the goalposts. And by the way, what happened to those Haitians at the border was not in America. That was in Mexico. That was in Mexico. And I don't agree. I don't care what it was. I don't agree with that. And some need to be done. But that was in Mexico. That's what. Yes, it was, because
that was a U.S. Border Patrol doing that.
That was Mexicans.
That was in Texas. I think might have been in Texas.
No, they were at the border trying to cross the border.
They was already. Man, hold on, where my phone at? Man, so Kofi, man.
Even if that's the case, how's that blaming on Biden? That's kind of weak. That's something that happened at the state. Biden didn't put a decree or a bill to say to whip Mexicans and Haitians. Like, what are we talking about?
I want to say something before.
That's why I thought it was in Mexico.
So you said something about policy and whatnot, right? About domestic policy, right? And I'm just going to give an example. I'm not going to say whether I support it or not support it, right? Abortion, right? So abortion is a very hot button issue. And Obama, the Democratic president, he ran on the idea they're going to codify Roe versus Wade, which gave Americans, women the right to legal, abortion, right? Whatever. The Republicans kept saying, we're going to overturn this shit. We're getting rid of it, right? So Republicans have worked for 50 years to overturn Roe versus Wade. For 50 years, we've been working on it, right? The Democrats saying, we're going to protect it, we're going to protect it, we're going to protect it. But they never put it into law. So when Obama, the Democrat, becomes president, they ask him, okay, you ran on this. He said, that's not an agenda for me. So when Biden becomes president, when Harris is vice president, what happens? Supreme Court overturns it. But the Democrats had an opportunity to codify Roe into law when Obama was president, because they had the House, the Senate, and the presidency. They could have done it if they wanted to. So on one hand, you have the people like the Republicans, the Democrats, who on a matter of domestic policy, they gave lip service. They said, yeah, we support that. We're going to protect Roe versus Wade, but they don't take the steps necessary to protect it. Whereas you have the Republicans who say, we outright getting rid of the shit, right? But what happens is that even though the Democrats say the right thing, but their efforts and their actions, they don't put any effort behind it. So, and they do that on purpose because now it gives them something to run. Now you have something to vote for them to campaign on, even though they had the power to do the change at the time. So when I say they're the same, I understand that their rhetoric is different, right?
But
Bakari.
Black Steel, we're talking about black people. That affects all
So
women.
that's, abortion doesn't affect black people. Look at
No.
these women. Look at
I
these
said
women who
no.
are
I didn't say that. I
right.
said we're talking about racism against black people.
I was
Abortion
going to
is
say a
just
lot
an
of black women are
American issue.
dying.
So it's like when people say, they say, well, Obama did something for black people. Oh, he did on gay marriage. Aren't there gay black people? Or he did the Affordable Care Act. Or do black people need health care? Yes, black people do need health care, but that's not a black agenda. So when you talk about abortion, that's just an American agenda. It doesn't have to do
I'm sorry.
anything with race.
I thought you were talking. You said domestic. I'm sorry. I thought, but in that case, then what president has had a black agenda, a serious one?
But again, we're kind of moving the goalposts a little bit. My and Bakari's point is that you can hold Democrats accountable for the shit that they don't do. Like Joe Biden during his inauguration, I'm going to put the George Floyd Act in place, and because there's a disparity against black people. Blah 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 blah. Did you do it? No. Did anyone hold them accountable to do it? No. So that's what I'm trying to say is a false dichotomy by saying, well, Republicans and Democrats are the same. You cannot. No one in their right mind is going to go to a Republican and say, "Hey, why won't you?" I can't even say it without laughing because they're going to be like, "Nigga, get out of here." That's on us. That's weakness on our part by not holding people that say that they care about us, that we voted in. Black people was a voting bloc for the Democratic Party, and that's us being political lazy and not holding their feet to the fire. That's all that it is.
Let me just jump in here. Our brother Anthony McPhail has been here for a little minute, hasn't said anything. Anthony, do you want to comment on this prompt, or do you want me to get to you first thing on the next prompt?
Yeah, I'll wait, bro.
All right, I'll get to you first thing on the next prompt. Bakari, I think, got a phone call or something. He fell off. Is there any last thoughts? I'd like to move on to the next prompt. So if there are any last thoughts, let's keep it really brief. Is there any last thoughts on this
No, I'm
prompt?
good. We can move on.
All right, cool. I just want to point out, Trigger Happy 262 Plus in the chat said, what is Kamala's position on AES? See, you guys are talking about domestic, and that's fine, but I'm also concerned about foreign policy too, personally. So I'll be interested to see what Kamala's position was on the AES, and as Provide Triggers mentions, she said she's certain that they both would be against AES. Africa's economic and political liberation is inextricably related to the downfall of the West. No doubt there. KW Don 7 says anybody who occupies the office of POTUS is going to be anti-African by default. So I think those are good last thoughts to leave that prompt on. Someone has to mute
I'll
their
tell
mic.
you what it is.
No,
Okay.
I agree with that. But it's the same thing that you could do domestically and say, hey, look, how do you care about the black people here, but you don't care about the black people's actual homeland? Again, you could hold them accountable, but I understand why they would do that because they don't want to cut into the United States on finances. But again, you could hold them to a standard. So even if they're all on the same accord internationally, you can only hold one accord. Like Israel, for example, it's American foreign policy for decades to support Israel no matter fucking what, right? Joe Biden is like, hey, look, we're not saying we're going to give you bombs. We're not going to give you all these megaton bombs, you know what I'm saying, to decimate a whole area where there's people in there. You could hold them accountable. Versus Trump was like, nah, this isn't going to be beachfront property. There's a difference.
I think Buana wanted to add something. Was that Buana who was speaking?
Yeah, I could tell you what the foreign policy is in as far as Joe Biden and Kamala's their foreign policy. The United Nations, Africa, the continent with 1.2 billion people, they were trying to get a seat in the Security Council in the United Nations to basically be a mover and shaker like the rest of the world who have decision-making powers to send militaries into different countries for wrongdoing. And what America did was suggested, Africa, which have 1.2 billion people, y'all could have 2 seats in the United Nations, but they won't be any kind of voting seats. You won't have any power to vote or give your say whether a country should go into other country and stop wars and certain things like that. So basically, we'll get you a seat in the big house, but we ain't gonna give you no dinner to eat, no control over the dinner to eat, or even a reference to say whether you could have dinner in the house or not. This is what their foreign policy is on 1.2 billion people in Africa, because black people shouldn't have as much rights as the rest of the world. But needless to say, Kamala Harris would have come in and she would have rescued that, and she would have give all the black people on 1.2 billion Africans and African continent the right to have at least a voting right in the United Nations and the Security Council. She would have make everything okay, and so would Donald Trump. But I'll leave it there.
All right, all right. All right, guys. We're gonna go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 tonight for time's sake. We're gonna end at 11 p.m. But Bakari's all day say his phone keep ringing. He says they are scared to talk about that white boy. I'm not, but for time's sake, let's move on to Shoot the Breeze topic number 3. It's more MAGA stuff, to be honest. If you guys aren't paying attention, I'm really trying to purge the MAGA stuff or BLAGA stuff out of us since the elections just passed. We already know who the winner is. We're going to have to deal with this for the next 4 years. So we'll have opportunities to talk about this again over the next 4 years or next 4+ years if we're not careful. But tonight is a purge night. We're going to get it all out as much as we can, and then we'll move on to what black folks, African people, need to do amongst themselves to prosper. Should read topic number 3 says, one sister stood her ground unwavering in the face of the chaotic hashtag MAGA cult supporters. This came with a link that takes us back to Twitter. I found this to be so ridiculous, but this is from BNB Empower Network. It says, one sister stood her ground unwavering in the face of the chaotic MAGA cult supporters. I'm going to play the video. It's a minute and a half of ridiculousness, and then we'll discuss it.
This is money to watch. One more time. One more time. Do something. Yeah, I'm gonna let your guy come to my shit. Don't push it. This is New York. We don't talk. I'm making a team. I like that. Do something, bro. I like that. Do something. I got my Take me out! 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 Knock me out! Knock me out! Knock me That's why women get the ass kicked. Don't do all that shit. Knock me out. You need a man to put you in place. I'll put you in place. Knock me out. Knock me out. You need to marry a woman. Knock me out. You said you'll beat me up. Knock me out. Baby. Knock me out. 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 You just say knock me out. Knock me out. Knock me out. I ain't Tyrone. Knock me out. Knock me out. You just showing your racist. You showing your racist.
I'm not. I'm Ecuadorian. That's why I say, hey man, if you have a chance to call ICE on these motherfuckers, call it. I have no apologies for it. Someone was trying to get this guy to be identified. I'm not sure if they did or not. But he was like, nah, I'm not Tyrone. Sorry about the sound coming back through. I'm not Tyrone. I'm Ecuadorian. So that sister stood up. She stood tall. She didn't let herself be dominated by this little punk on a scooter. Imagine that. And this is in New York, by the way, which is historically, if I'm not mistaken, is a blue state. Trump's from here, and people don't even like Trump here. But here's this Ecuadorian from some generation, second, third generation, and he's out here standing up in his sister's face. So, if you're gonna call ICE, there goes your first person. Anthony McPhail, you've been patient here. Thanks for being here, first of all. Anthony, how are you this week?
Hey, I'm doing fine, man, brother. How about you, man?
I'm doing things are coming through.
Yeah, man.
It's working for everyone under the circumstances. But Anthony, what are your thoughts? Go ahead.
Yeah. Hey, and peace to all the other brothers on the panel too, man. Yeah, I like when I seen it, man. I seen it and I immediately like I wanted to go out and commit a hate crime, man. For real, I ain't gonna lie. I wanted to go out and get one of them, man. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, that was just that shit had me so pissed off, man. I'm like, I mean, my blood boiled when I seen that shit. I'm like, man, where the brothers at? You know what I'm saying, where was the brothers at? You know what I mean? To come in, get back in this little motherfucker face and shit. Because he was just like, I mean, he really wanted to fight that sister, man. Just think about how much of a coward you got to be to want to get in a female's face, man. I mean, and fight her like she a dude. You know what I'm saying? All up in her face like that, man. I'm just like, and how comfortable he was doing it. But then, I was just checking out because I was reading a little bit about it. And then, like you said, brother Koku, that he was an Ecuadorian, man. And I was just like, well, let me check out this. And hey, it's black people in Ecuador. Ecuador is a pretty racist place too. You know what I'm saying? I mean, just like throughout all of Latin America, Spanish speaking America. Wherever you go, man, they have an anti-blackness there. And so, like you were saying, it don't matter like if you in New York, you in a Democratic Party state or whatever. I mean, anti-blackness is a thing in this country, man. I mean, it's a thing in this country. It's just like, the people, this whole people of color shit, which I ain't never like that shit. But you know what I'm saying? Black and brown, and brown ain't never stood up and said brown and black. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you could just look at it in California, man. How the brown brothers is what they doing to the black brothers in Southern California, man. You know what I'm saying? I mean, basically like trying to run them up out of there and shit. I was just like, damn, man. This is some bullshit, man. And we got to do what we are. Hey, we talk about this all the time, man. We got to organize, man. And we got to realize, Negro, you ain't got no friends. Without talking about all this brown and black and this people of color shit, you ain't got no goddamn friend but yourself. You know what I'm saying? You got to do for yourself. You got to worry about your goddamn self. We as black people here in America, black people all over the world, we got to realize that we only have ourselves. We only gonna save ourselves, man. And we got to work together. We got to put aside all this old division and arguing over this and that and all this shit and realize the bigger picture, man. We talking about our survival. You know what I'm saying? As a people, man. That's what we got to look at. Because I mean, it sounds like, okay, wow, man, it ain't gonna be that bad. Yes, it is gonna be that bad. It is gonna be that bad. If you keep on letting this shit slide, you know what I'm saying? We gotta come together. We gotta organize among ourselves. We gotta work with each other. We gotta put away the bullshit. And we can't let shit like this happen. Like I said, man, I was dead serious. I want to go out and hurt me some motherfuckers when I seen this shit. But yeah, it's fucked up though, man. But I ain't gonna go on too long, man. I'll leave it at that, Coco.
I appreciate that, Anthony. Yeah, I felt the same way when I saw it too. And I'll tell you what, I'm gonna call this guy's name here. I don't care who gets upset about it, be damned. But when I saw that this guy in the video was wearing the same hat as Pan-Africanism Strikes Back, that really rubbed me wrong. That really rubbed me wrong.
And it's also another dude that he rock with. It's a Nigerian dude. His name is called Chaotic Truth. He be wearing the MAGA hat too, and he's Nigerian, first generation. I think he was born in Nigeria and he grew up here.
Yeah, that really rubs me wrong, man. That means that, do you really care about your folks, man? You know what I mean? Anyway, with that said, let me go to Kofi, since Kofi is speaking now. Kofi, speak on it.
Now, y'all gonna keep saying that I'm being petty, but to all the people that's saying that the parties are the same, when have you ever had a Democrat in mass and its followers go against marginal communities? Never. Never. But according to y'all still stuck that all the parties are the same, which it isn't. This just shows you one party is emboldened racism, and the other one is trying to extinguish the fire of racism. But you guys keep saying it's all the same. I don't know what fucking reality y'all live in. Anyway, moving forward. I noticed that they said she's from like they thought she was from Guatemala or whatever. I'm assuming that she spoke Spanish, and because we don't, they didn't show like how this all started. She spoke Spanish, and he probably thought that she was a quote unquote immigrant, right? And this really got to me because again, my wife is Panamanian Jamaican, right? And that could be one of her cousins. You know, probably speaking to one of her cousins in Spanish at a particular time or whatever, and then some white man's gonna jump in her face and say, "Oh well, oh she's an immigrant and she don't belong here." He feels Trump has put the battery in their back to feel that they could do whatever they want. Hence the topic we had today about, hey, is that fire was done maliciously by MAGA after the election? You know, there's a lot of things that's happening right now because he's emboldened them to the text that someone on the text that black people are getting saying that they're going to be back in slavery and a slave recruiter's going to come knocking on their door and they have to report that. This is what they're doing, right? And look, we black, we family or whatever, but if you voted for the couch you didn't vote at all, you think it's the same thing, all this shit is on y'all. All this shit is on. Look, black people came out, whatever, but you need to get your fucking mind right. That's all I gotta say. So when I saw this video, I said the same thing. I was like, yo, where are the black men? This is in New York. This is in New York City. If you know anything about New York City, is you don't have to wait long till a black guy comes through. You know what I'm saying? But at least for the people that was there, you know what I'm saying? I'm glad that they were there to break it up and whatever, but we're going to see more of this. We're going to see more of this. It's going to be like when Obama first came into president and they had effigies of Obama, of a noose around Obama's neck, saying they're going to hang him, all that other stuff. It's going to be more than that, but worse. Because, again, like I said before, Trump is their Christ. Trump is the Messiah. Obama was the devil. Obama was the Dark Ages, right? Even though they're coming off a Republican president after 9/11 that did all that bullshit, right? Obama saved the economy, did bank bailouts and all that other stuff, right? But Obama was so evil. Why? Because this is blackness. Trump is their Messiah, and the Messiah has died. He's here. He did good, and now he has risen. So to them, these motherfuckers think they're in heaven right now. It's a retrospective of their white Jesus, and they're in heaven. So they're gonna be very emboldened, and a lot more of this is going to happen. And I just can't stand people who don't see that. Some people keep going back to history. Oh, Clinton. Yeah, okay. Let's go back to Obama when all this was happening during Obama. Let's go back to so 4 years ago when Trump was first in office. All this shit was happening. This shit wasn't happening 4 years ago. What did Biden do in order for to embolden Democrats or whoever, or let's even go Antifa, to attack black people like this? Nobody, right? But right now we're so comfortable right now thinking shit's not gonna happen. We want to go back 30, 40 fucking years about what a Biden did or a Reagan did, and we want to just stick our heads in the sand. Like, no, we can't do that. And my last thing I'm gonna say about this, and I said it on my live last night, we need to get ready. We need to, like, I'm about to go to Philly and get my wife a gun, because you don't have to wait that long to get a gun in Philly versus here in New York. I'm about to go get her a gun. I'm gonna make sure that we're stocked, we're ready. If anything goes down or some shit like that, we got enough food, we got enough water. You know what I'm saying? We got to pretty much doomsday prep, at this rate, just in case. I'm not trying to fearmonger or whatever, but these things can happen, and we have to be extra vigilant right now. There was always a target on our back. Yes, that's true. There's always a target on our back, but we got to understand this is not normal. This is not a Bush era. This is not a Reagan era. This is more like a fucking Nixon era right now. You know what I'm saying? Where shit is real. And I'll just end it there.
Appreciate that, Kofi. In the chat, Provitrix Revolution said there's something to be said about the conservatization of immigrants post their arrival to the U.S. Many arrive with anti-black sentiments towards African Americans. Let's not kid ourselves. She goes on and says, let's not kid ourselves as Pan-Africanists. She says, I have experienced ultra-religious Muslim Senegalese immigrants right here in New York who have voted for Trump and support the genocide in Gaza. Listen, when I worked the polling station this week for the election, I saw Palestinians voting for Trump, man. Arabs / Palestinians. We here talking about free Palestine. These motherfuckers voting for Trump, man.
Yo, Coco, real quick, can I ask you a question? I'll ask you a
Yeah.
question real quick. So, because we look at these Palestinians, right? Because there is colorism in their groups or whatever. Or these because you see some Palestinians, they're nearly like white looking people. Were they like white looking, or you could tell, okay, this person's probably like from Arab descent?
White looking. And to be honest with you, I've never seen a black looking Palestinian.
They always look Arabic or close to Caucasian.
Yeah.
Oh, that probably explains it.
Exactly. The Major said all black people are soft targets now. Absolutely. Brother Bakari says, Coco, I'm glad you showed this video. It proves our point. So let me just say this too. You know, like I said, this is a purge night. This is a night we'll purge. We're gonna get it all out. We might even go over 11 if my.
They purge it. Yeah, man, they purge it.
Yeah, no, this is a purge night. Like I said, we might even go over 11 if my panelists are okay with it. Because this is just shooting brief topic number 3. But let's get it all out. We gotta come together though over the next not just 4 years, but whatever number of years. We need to come together and start working together more closely than we have before. With that said, let me hear from Oni. I haven't heard Oni's voice in a minute. Oni, what say you to this?
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised. I mean, it's weird that a dude's trying to square up with a woman. You know, like I don't usually see that, and like people were saying, seeing that in New York is kind of weird. But yeah, I mean, this is as people point out, that's I don't understand. Like for me, I don't understand what black folk are thinking is going to happen when this guy goes in office. You know, like when this felon, this rapist, racist, whatever, right? When this guy is in office and he don't got another term to go over, and the Republicans, because here's the thing: when Trump won the Republican primary, people were like, the Republicans are done. Like people forget this, but like we were like, yo, they're done. There's no way that they elected this idiot. Like they can't be the same party they were before. And the reality is that, yeah, they can't be. And here's the thing about it too. It's that, I don't want to say like kind of like how Obama was magnetic, and charismatic, right? Now Trump's not that, right? But for white racism, Trump was. To the point where just like the Democrats can't find another Obama per se, right? The Republicans aren't going to try to find aren't going to find another Trump. This guy, I don't really listen to him, but as far as I can tell, he's probably like a funny guy. He's just whatever. I don't know. But what I'm saying is this. He won. Sorry. What I'm saying is this: the Republican Party has 4 years from now, the Republican Party has a plan, has an agenda. Okay, and they are wondering, can we include Trump, or how are we going to hold on to this racism? Like, how are we going to be able to stoke this racism that kept us going? Right? Either that, or they're saying to themselves, we only got 4 years to do everything that we need to get done. 4 years particularly to capture the fucking state. To keep ourselves in power indefinitely, because we're looking at it like, okay, well, in 4 years, they can run against somebody else. The question is this: who are they going to run against? One, and who are they going to run? Is it Vance? Is it Vance 2028? Is Vance really that guy? Because that's what happened with Kamala. Was Kamala that girl? Was she that girl to follow up Biden? And who's on the Democratic field? Who's on the Republican field? People think that the Republicans are over. And here's the thing: it's like they're not. And what's going to happen as we move forward is you're going to have, you're going to see that white people are going to want to take this country, quote unquote, back for the long haul. And what that may mean is coming after your black ass in the broad daylight. And what coming after your black ass in the broad daylight really translates into is lynching parties. Okay? Black folk got to get ready for these lynching parties. And for those people who don't like the party, I understand that. But, your invitation, you know what I'm saying? You basically gonna be the dinner, like the cows don't want to go to no, beef party or whatever, but they the main entree. So I don't know what black folk are thinking at this point, but shit, I would just say one thing for sure is get out. I know people say Africa ain't safe. Okay, but I'll tell you, I'm pretty damn safe from a lynching party. I'll put it that way. That's it.
You finish that off. Pretty safe from a lynching party. That's good stuff. In the chat, the revolutionary matron says, MAGA men are cowards and look to Trump for their manhood. So of course, this guy is okay with facing off with a woman. He sees her as competition and a real threat to his desired way of life. Provide Triggers for Evolution says immigrants are generally overwhelmingly propagandized into the notion of obtaining the quote-unquote American dream. Assimilation into Trumpism is the name of the game. Yeah, that's exactly what we're seeing here. Good commentary from the two sisters in the chat, our matron and Provide Triggers for Evolution. I really do appreciate you guys. Brother Bakari had a message earlier. He says this Ecuadorian male, he's representing what Buana and Black Steel was just blocking bullets for. The person that made the hat, that's Trump, right? So again, like I said, this is a purging. Let's just get it all out. I'll start with Buana. Buana, what are your thoughts on Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 tonight? How this is standing up to this guy? Go ahead.
Sure. So before I get into that, let me just first say I understand that my brothers, because of the election, they feel a certain way. And Brother Wakari was talking about his dad the other day and how his dad had the ability to love people or respect people who didn't agree with him. On this panel tonight, I guess I get called, what is it? I wear a skirt for Trump and blag and all kind of nonsense that Brother Wakari and Kofi's be on from time to time. And I respect these brothers greatly. They get this guy and his man cussing. Kofi usually really reserved, but they get him. This politics get him cussing. You know what I mean? He needs to go eat some aloo pie and find some chutney to relax. Brother Bakari need to go find a nice cigar and calm down, bro. I understand, you're triggered right now, and I respect the fact that I am reserving my comments and commentary. I'm not gonna get into a back and forth with your brothers politically, because it's not my intention to further exacerbate what happened already. You know what I mean? I am not a Trumpist. I keep on telling these brothers that it seems like they put their hands over their ears and ignore me. But I am not a Trumpist. But I am a person who like to have political conversations where we discuss both sides. This ain't the time to do that, so I'll have to eat that for now. So y'all throwing your little pot shots at me. I can take it for now. But I can tell you, you know what I mean? The pendulum swings both ways, so I'll wait. Needless to say, though, for this particular prompt, right? I would tell my brother Bakari, y'all want to have it both ways, because if I was to say I'm trying to stand and defend this sister honor and stand on her behalf. She shouldn't even be approaching this man. She shouldn't even be. Where's her husband? Where's the man in her life to say, "Come, baby," or even stand up? You know what they can say to me? They can say, "Oh, misogynist, manosphere, manosphere, manosphere." So it's like if I'm manosphere, the Andrew Tate they say you must defend your woman. Your woman shouldn't be even engaged in these kinds of conversations and activities. They can say, "Oh, manosphere, manosphere, manosphere," and in the same end, they all in with the Democrats. Women should be the rulers of the universe and all that. Oh, which is fine. You know what I mean? Which is fine because God forbid, you want to get called a misogynist. And looking at this, I'm looking at like what the Hebrew Israelite brothers who be downtown all day long. The Hebrew Israelite brothers would have defended this. I don't know. Maybe they would have defended this. I don't know. But if I was triggered by watching this video, because I'm not gonna allow some random person to talk crazy like that. But I have to worry because I'm thinking that the woman who I gonna come and stand on her behalf, she may be one of these people who may not think that a man should represent her in any way. And she may say, well, "You can't say nothing to me. You can't say nothing. Don't speak on my behalf. I'm a woman and I control my." So I am just, I don't know. I would love to know that there are women out there who don't mind a man defending them, because I would want to defend something like this. I think it's absurd. And I'd slap him in his, you know what I mean? But you ain't got to go there. I just think that it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And I would want to defend this. But for the sake of not being called a misogynist or someone who engage in the manosphere, I would have to be quiet about this. I have to be quiet, But I'll leave it there, brother. Not brother Makai. I'll leave it there. Koku. I'll leave it there.
Yo, Bwana, I never called you any names, man. You keep saying y'all. I didn't call you one name ever yet. I even look, Brother Bakar, he's his own man.
No, you didn't. No, you
whatever,
didn't. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You didn't call me anything. You didn't call me anything. That's true. That's true. I apologize. Kofi. You didn't call me one name. But I understand the brother's
I value
triggered.
both of y'all opinions. I value both of y'all opinions. You know what I'm saying? So, and it makes good banter. So,
Yeah, Bono, when you're talking about Guyanese food, it's not aloo pie so much. You gotta talk about pepper pot or something like that.
yeah,
That's
man.
what.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Aloo pie is Trinidad.
yeah,
Aloo pie is
aloo pie.
Trinidad.
Yeah. Aloo pie is Trinidad. That's one of the good things. Side note of like having come to New York, I get to learn about these different Caribbean cultures and what they like main dishes and stuff like that. It's truly an interesting thing, man. With that said, let's hear from Black Steel. Black Steel, what say you?
All right. So to address the actual prompt at hand, right? This is, first of all, I wish, to echo the other brother's sentiments, I wish I would have been there, right? They're in New York. I know Florida is a stand your ground state, and usually we're packing. So he probably wouldn't have wrote his mama again had he done this in some place where they have concealed carry rights. But she stood her ground. But these racists are emboldened now that their daddy Trump is back in office, right? They feel, they can. Happy times are here again, right? I don't think it needs to be said that I'm not a Trump supporter, right? And I think we can criticize the Democrats without supporting the Republicans. When I say that, many of the designs of the Republicans and Democrat Party, they overlap, right? So they differ in their methods, they differ in their rhetoric, and they also differ because the Democratic Party, like Kofi was saying, there are some measures to hold them accountable, whereas the Republican Party is not. This white man, I mean, and one thing about him being Ecuadorian, Latino is not a race; it's an ethnicity, right? So you can be a Latino person of any racial background. There's Afro Latinos, there's even Chinese Latinos, there's mixed race Latinos. But the reality is that as many Latin people who originate in Latin America, they're descended from white people from Europe except their Europeans came from Spain, right? Whereas most white people in the U.S., they're more, they came from Northern Europe, more like, Great Britain, Eastern Europe too. You got a lot of Slavic, Italian, so there's a little bit more. But those white people that came to Latin America, they're the descendants of the conquistadors. It was a reason why when after World War II, a lot of the Nazis fled to South America, because that type of thinking was A-okay there. They felt comfortable. So the idea that a Latin person would be white supremacist is not a surprise to me. I'm in Florida. I know how those Cubans in Miami get down, right? There's a reason why Castro called them gusanos, which is Spanish for worms, right? He called them worms in his mind. They were bottom feeders. But just overall, I just see this racism. This is not new racism, right? White people have always been violent. Being black, just a black person existing in a white space could be a trigger for some white people. They used to literally burn black people alive for fun. That was a source of recreation, or torture, or mutilation. That's as American as apple pie. But I think that with Trump being back in office, and the Republicans taking control, it really emboldens them to feel like, oh, we can do these things and we won't be prosecuted for it. It won't. That's their idea of making America great again. To go back to a time where violence against black people was so normalized that you could do it in broad daylight and there would be no repercussions for it. That's what they want to do. They want to bring back that. And I think when you look at both parties, right, the Democratic Party, of course they're going to speak out against that because most of their constituents are, people of color, black, Asian, Latino. That makes up most of their demographics. They have to be that party that opposes that on the face of it. They have to speak out against that. But the Democrats are just as bloodthirsty as Republicans are. Look how they're talking now when their candidate didn't win. And I haven't forgotten how easily the Democrats are willing to overlook genocide to get their candidate elected. I haven't forgotten that. I remember at the Democratic convention when there was a protest against the genocide, some black woman decided to twerk in front of people who were protesting that. Now, is that the same level of what this man is doing? Absolutely not. He's yelling at this woman. He's threatening violence towards her. On the other hand, you had a woman shaking her ass in front of a crowd of people who are calling for a stop to mass murder of children, right? But the idea that black people would align themselves with this imperialist, white supremacist, colonialist system, as long as their candidate gets elected. If their candidate doesn't get elected, well, I hope all those people over there can burn. How are we sounding like them crackers again? Again, it's so funny to me. Once the veil of respectability has been lifted, if you scratch a Democrat and they'll bleed fascists. That's what we're turning into as a country. Voting for the lesser of two evils had brought us to this point. As someone who is above all things, I'm a Pan-African, I'm a black man. I want my people to be free and liberated. I don't care who's in office, right? We might get some marginal concessions as a citizen, yes. But overall, the system itself is against African people. And it has been since its inception. We were written as 3/5 of a human being in their constitution, right? We were never intended to be free from our bondage. So I see these two entities, even though they move differently, right? Their ultimate goal, which is full spectrum dominance of the American system. It wasn't Trump, it was Harris who said she wanted to make America the most lethal military in the world. She's the one in getting war criminals like Dick Cheney endorsing her. What are we talking about here? Yeah, I see this random dude yelling at this woman in the street, and he's fucked up for it. And somebody needs to crack his skull open. Trump is emboldening these people. Let's not act like the system's already been racist. I'll leave it there.
Hear that, Black Steel? In the chat, Trigger262 Plus says, couldn't it be argued that both parties have not necessarily stopped the genocide against black people? If black people are in an internal colony conditions in America, how are both less responsible? He says the idea of neocolonialism is to have slight concessions and illusions to continue the same system you started. I'll throw that back to you guys at the end. Let's welcome in our brother Jose Bronze. Jose, how are you this week?
Yes, good evening, good night, good morning. I'm okay. I'm okay. I was in the listening mode, to be honest. And yeah, greetings to everybody, panel, chat. I was in the listening mode, but I actually came on for the following comment. Uh, so I'm on the other part of of the Western world, right? And there's a few countries here, and it's more separate than the states of the United States, right? What I see happening here is that the traditional left has committed suicide, be it deliberate or not. I'm 100% sure here in the Netherlands it was deliberate, because the guy that did it, he just he had just sold out Venezuela for Shell, and that's what caused that revolution on which Chavez had his come up, and he came here and he led the largest traditional left party, literally the party of the worker. The, that was literally the name of the party. The biggest the most people voted for it, because it was literally the party for the working class. And he literally said that there was no working class anymore. But what he meant was there was no Dutch working class anymore, or it was so small it wasn't it was being taken over by immigrants, right? Blue collar, and of course factories and cleaning, and the proletarian type of jobs. And so he literally announced that there was no working class anymore. And there was also another process, and what I'm sure about is that it happened in Germany too. The companies pushed the employees pushed the employers out with a new law that everybody could or should be his own business. It's a very fascist move, because as you all know, it's a care society. So employers having employee it gives a lot of overhead for an employer. So it was good for the employer. It had a workers side to it, because a lot of students, too much students come from university and higher education in economics. So now you have a lot of bookkeepers for those blue collar jobs, right? Because they were practically forced to go to the Chamber of Commerce. But what happened what more happened to the left, and that happened in the United States also. It became one big drag show, right? So if you see a Senegalese Islamic family vote for Trump, trust me, it's the moral aspect of it. We don't like that bullshit. We don't like that drag queens and open homosexuality and all that type of shit. So that weighs enough for the average immigrant. It weighs enough to vote Wilders here in the Netherlands. You know that blonde guy. It's the Trump of the Netherlands. Only, yeah, his father is Jewish, his mother is Indonesian, so he's not Dutch, but he's the Dutch hero. He's the Trump here in the Netherlands. And you had it here. There's a lot of complaints on Muslim on the Muslim community, but a lot of Muslims voted Wilders for the fuckery on the left. You know, so the moral.
Hold on, Jose, 1 second, because you say something important to me. So Muslims voted for Wilders.
Muslim voted for Wilders.
Wow, that is crazy.
The moral standard of the left is so low that people with high moral standards run away 180 degrees against it.
So hold on, Jose.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
That may in the Netherlands, I'm not aware of that, but when it comes to American politics, this is why one of the reasons why Kamala Harris lost, due to the right propaganda machine, was just more prevalent. They keep talking about this, and it's something that like independents or people who just want to know about the truth have to talk. That's forced to talk about. There's no candidate or no person that's centrist left or a Democrat is promoting LGBTQ, trans this, trans that.
Come on,
That is not a thing.
Megan Thee
Okay,
Stallion.
cool. All right, so name one person. No, you saying it's not. I'm saying it's not, right? So I can't prove a negative. So you will have to tell me what speech did Kamala Harris said or Walt said that they are for trans this, that, and doing this.
I'm just giving an example. But the massacre of the unborn is also a moral standard.
Hold on,
That's too much.
Hold on, you're moving the
Too much.
goalposts. You said I'm speaking towards the LGBTQ crazy.
Yes, you are, but that's just one. You're not going to single out just one example. There's enough
because you mentioned
examples.
that you didn't mention about abortion. So
I'm not going to mention all the moral standards that are being broken. I'm not going to mention all of them.
I understand, but again,
I'm going to give one example. So killing that one example is not going to
I'm not trying to say
do
that.
Nothing.
No, I'm not saying that's your whole argument. I'm just taking things what you're saying one at a time. There's a whole bunch of things that you're saying, but I'm saying for example,
I can give you more details because there's a parallel here in the Netherlands. There's a parallel with the United States. There's this one black group that feels more closer to whites. You know, so the African American descendants of slavery, etc. FBA. It's not as extreme as over there, but there's one group that feels closer to the Dutch, and that group copies the behavior in the United States, like one-on-one, right? And so there's two big groups of black ex colonies with an ex-slavery relation. So there's the Suriname and there's the Antillians, right? So the Surinamese, they behave as they don't behave as, but they have the position that they have taken the position that African Americans have in the United States. The Antillians are to them the Caribbean, and us, the other blacks, are the Tethers, right? It's not as strong as in the United States that you have whole movements and the hate groups, but even in the 80s, there were us Cape Verdeans were coming up and they were calling us Portuguese. There's the same relation. There's the same type of relation. So there's here it's Suriname. In the United States, it's the Black American, what's now called the Black American. Then you have the Antillians, and that's in the United States. The Caribbeans, and the rest are African immigrants, and the relation are exactly the same, right? It's not that strong, but it's exactly the same.
Yeah, I understand, but I'm only responding to what you just said, and that's why I asked. Maybe you know something that I don't.
Why I'm mentioning this?
I don't know, but I don't know.
Let me finish
Kamala
that.
Harris or anyone in the Democratic Party.
But let me finish that. Why I mentioned it is that the group that feels the closest to the Dutch, the Suriname, they go into all that bullshit. You know, they embrace LGBTQ. Everybody is an ally. Everybody is an ally. They behave just like Black Americans. Everybody is an ally. Everybody is an ally. It's not. You understand? It's not.
Yeah,
Plus moral values. Black people also have high. Black Americans also have higher moral values than what the Democrats are showing.
But okay. What I'm trying to get you to understand is that there's talking points of how people feel, and then there's the reality and policy. You will have to, to say that's a political aspiration of the Democrat Party, that will be a lie. Is it true that the Democrat Party more align themselves and people of LGBTQ and transgender more align
Same-sex
themselves with
marriage.
the Democratic
Same-sex
Party?
marriage.
That would be true. But to say that, and also there are a lot of gay Republicans, right? And they're called log cabin Republicans. So
Bro,
that's a
you
thing.
sound in denial. I disagree to
Again, I'm
accept that,
asking
but
you to
to me,
tell.
you sound in denial.
I'm asking you to tell me. You said yourself that they are for the reason why the America lost the election, right? Because they're for the
The
LGBTQ things like that.
degeneracy, the
All right, so
degeneracy. I gave one example. Don't stick to the
what
example.
you
Let's
gave me
move.
an example in the Netherlands.
Change the word to degeneracy. Degeneracy
I'm not
made
getting caught for the
a
word.
lot of
I'm
people.
asking you, what's the policy that Kamala Harris and Waltz have that to speak to what you're speaking of, far as like transgenderism? That's what I'm asking you.
Okay. I have a question as answer. What did you think about the campaign?
What has to do with the okay? So
What
obviously
do
I'm
you
not going
think
to waste my
about the
time.
campaign?
So what you're saying is just a Republican talking point that has no validity in what you're saying. Is just a scare tactic, which is working
No, but
successfully.
what's the campaign? How was the campaign of the Democratic Party? How was
So
the
right
campaign?
now, so I'll talk
How
about
was
the
this
campaign. So
working?
right now,
How was this
Donald
working?
Trump.
How were the concepts?
So right now, I'm telling you. So right now, Donald Trump had a campaign ad about Kamala Harris want to get and everyone, all the Republicans talking about this, about wanting to get prisoners transgender surgeries, right? And everyone went batshit crazy over it. But to realize that this was something that was happening under Trump, that Trump allowed, but Trump is making videos about Kamala Harris single-handedly doing this when it was happening under Trump. So that's the misinformation and propaganda
I asked you
that
a
you're
question
falling
about the
for
Democrats,
from how far
and you
you are.
talk about the Republicans. How
Gentlemen,
was the campaign? Did you like the campaign?
gentlemen,
Did you like Megan Thee Stallion? Did you like that? How did you like that?
gentlemen, let's not get too bogged down into one topic here. Let's try to get
Yes.
through it. Jose, give your last thoughts. Finish your statement, and then I'll throw it.
That's it. You know, the explanation for Muslims voting for Wilders, or for people with high moral values voting seemingly voting against their interests. No, against their interest. Abortion is against their interest. Degenery is against their interest. So much so that they go against it. So they vote for the people, for the candidates that are against the degeneracy.
Yeah. By the way, when
That's the explanation.
When I interject like that, it's not because I don't want to hear your thoughts. It's just that I don't want to get bogged down into one topic too much. We can always bring back another Shoot the Breeze topic that expands on it a little bit more. I think it's okay, and if you're on the panel and you can't stay some extra time, that's fine. We'll finish it out. But I just want to get through all of the topics tonight. So if there's no other topic, if there's no other comment on this particular topic, let's go to another Trump. Like I said, it's a purge night. So let's just purge it all out. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 4. By the way, Bakari in the chat said that bill was signed in 2018 by Trump. Should read something number 4 says that Trump is elected and Blaga is in hysteria. This takes us to YouTube. I'll play about 5 minutes of this video and then we'll discuss it. Oh, hold on. Sorry. I didn't share the screen, did I? Here we go.
We see it. We see something. We see
Oh,
it.
you see? Hold on. I gotta stop sharing. For some reason, this thing shuts down the audio, and I have to see it in StreamYard to know. Okay, so let me share it again. Okay, here we go. So we'll play about 5 minutes of this, and then we'll discuss it.
We just want to thank you, Father God, because your words can't be amended. You said in your word, God, that a woman can't lead. It's in the Bible. It's in the Bible. It's in the Quran, Father God. So right now, we'll just give thanks and all honor in your son, Jesus Christ, for bringing Trump back to the White House. I got my president back. Hold up that fist. Oh, they tried to kill him. They tried to convict him. They tried to wrongfully convict him. They tried, oh, Father God, just thank you. We give all honor and praise to the Son, Jesus Christ. Yes, in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. We got my man back. We got my man back. They thought the engine go in. They thought we got my man back. I'm so happy. I'm so Oh, I was born in the USA. Boy, it's Trump everything around here. It's Trump everything. It's Trump everything. Oh, it's Trump everything around here, boy. Girl, look, it's Trump everything. Look, oh, we got Trump candy. It's Trump everything. We got Trump candy. Milk chocolate rice, crispy candy, boy. Nigga, we got Trump candy around here. I'm talking about real niggas fucking real. Oh, I was born in the USA. 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 I was they mad, boy, the girl. They woke up mad, and I woke up glad. Everything to try to stop my life. They reporting it. They die. Wham. They doing everything to try to stop the little bit of Charles and White lie. Man, I'll lose another page for this president. I'll lose another page for this president right here. They doing everything to try to stop my life, Mr. President. Mr. President, they doing everything to try to stop my life, Mr. President. They don't want me to celebrate, but they were going to celebrate. Had one more. Y'all let the people have the free little dirt. Rest in peace, King Von. I'm just trying to celebrate a great president. That's all I'm trying to do. And I ain't trying to hurt nobody celebrating Miss President. They got the white man back in the White House where it belongs. White man don't believe nowhere but in the White House. That's where it belongs, in the White House. Don't nobody else belong in the White House but that man. Anybody else belong on the job, working. The white man run this country. Don't nobody know how to run this country like white man. I firmly believe that. You put somebody else, they don't know what to do in this wartime. White man know what to do in the wartime. The white man know what to do in the wartime. That's why I say put the white man back in there, because he know exactly what to do, and he know what to do with. Don't nobody else know what to do with these people. But the white man know what to do. Give police full immunity. We're asking for full immunity, Mr. Trump. We want the police to have full immunity running around this country, because when they got to go into the hood, they might lose their lives. And if they try to do their job, they might lose their job. So what we need the police to have full immunity, Mr. President. Please, Mr. President, hurry up, sign an executive order to give the police full immunity so they can do their job to the best of their ability, to the fullest, Mr. President. We thank you. Oh, Father, just fall to your knees and thank the Lord. Oh, just fall to your knees and thank the Lord for putting the white man back in the White House. A strong white man back in the White House. Oh, we will be great again. 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 I was born in the USA. Hey, boy, I got Trump everything. I've got Trump. Right, I just the new Trump hat. Look at that. That's the new boy, that boy. Take out, that's the new boy. Ooh, that's the new boy. Look at that one now. That's when we were hoping he was coming back. That's when we were hoping he would come back. Look at that say right there. USA, United States of America. That's what happened. Money then. Oh, I'm a son of a Confederate soldier. Look what we got the Trump coin, right? Look at that Trump coin. Look how Mr. President looking right there, y'all. Oh, look at my president. Flip him over, boy. That's a real gold coin. Eh? That comes straight from the White House. Watch this here. Boy, we got Trump candy. We got Trump socks. Make America MAGA. A MAGA. That kind of fine. This the first MAGA hat right here. Look how old it is. Oh, that's the first MAGA hat there. Look at my boy. Look at my boy. Look at him. Look at him, y'all. Look at him. You better look at him. Look at him right now. Look at him. Look at my president. That's my president. Oh, that's my president. That's my president.
Yeah, I think that's enough of that. If there ever was a black fella who would suck white dick, it's that dude right there. And by the way, Boyce Watkins, all these prominent black talking heads, these are the guys. These guys were paid for, man. Bought and sold. Absolutely. Some of them might feel this way deep down, but these is dick sucking black men, just to be frank about it. With that said, let me get to Oni, because I know Oni's time difference is funny with us. But Oni, what say you to this?
Yeah, I don't think we should be calling each other names on the panel. But why do we have to see this video, Buana? I'm just messing, Buana. Nah, I was messing. But yeah, that was weird. That was I feel like that was an act. Like, it got to be an act. Like, but at the same time, because that's the thing. Part of me is like this. Obviously, it's scripted. Obviously, it's just social media, just trying to antagonize. But there's something there, and there's actually something in what Jose was saying. Like, because I somebody told me to go check out the atheists on Reddit or whatever, and it's the atheists on Reddit. So they're a bunch of white folk, obviously, and they're flipping out about Trump and Trump's election. Even before even before he won, they were just like, "Oh my gosh, probably 2025, we're going to be a theocracy, or we're going to be so on and so forth." And the reality is, a lot of people, a lot of Republicans, were convinced that Trump was the Christian candidate. Now, obviously, Kamala Harris is a Christian, right? But at the same time, the Democrats were not distancing themselves from the transgender agenda. They were not distancing themselves from abortion or whatever. And now I'm not against abortion, obviously, but why would I be? But I'm just saying that a lot of people, even though to Kofi's point that it was Republican propaganda saying this or that, the big difference is that I'll actually put it this way. So there was this black guy who refused to vote for Kamala because she has Indian ancestry and Jamaican ancestry, right? And according to him, she's just not, FBA or whatever, right? Which I thought was stupid. And he, of course, then said, we got to get a black agenda. We need a politician with a black agenda or something like that. And the reality is this: you got to look at these political parties, right, as coalitions. Okay. And the reality is, the only party that was going to include you as a black person in the coalition were the Democrats. Now, this was not a great coalition because it eventually grew into, LGBT, I guess college educated white women, obviously, African Americans, tried to be Latino, all that kind of stuff. And that could have worked in the 1960s when black folk were 14% of the population, and white folk were 84 or 86%. But now it's the case that black folk are 14% still, right, or 13%, whatever, and but white Americans are 60-something%. Okay, and besides from that, like once upon a time, the country was just two races, and it was majority white. But now, even though white people are still a majority, right? Latinos are the second biggest demographic. So you might have, let's say 14% black folk and 15% white. I'm Latinos, or even let's say 13% black folk, 12% black folk, and 14% Latinos. The point being that there are more Latinos in America than there are, so on and so forth. So what that does, and this is what's important for us, right? It means that there's no damn way that black folk, that a black candidate, that a pro-black or a black whatever, exclusively black politician is going to win the presidency of the United States of America. Jill Stein, right, which was just a scientist, obviously, right? But Jill Stein, she was like, she got 600,000 votes and 0 electoral votes. And the thing is this, that even though there are more black Americans than there are, Green Party, I guess, I don't know. But the point being that black Americans are not a majority in any state in the United States of America. They're not a majority in any state in the United States of America, which means that they will not win any electoral votes if it were just a black party. So black people have to go into a coalition. However, the Republicans under Trump formed a coalition of racists and Christians. Okay, not to say that Christians are different from racists, just saying that, they form and America happens to be majority racist and Christian, or even not majority racist and Christian. The reality is that if you're going to distance yourself as black people from LGBT, if you're going to distance yourself from Latinos, whatever you distance yourself from, the reality is that you are now locked out of political party and political power, and the political opposition are the strongest political opposition to whatever coalition you may form is going to be a coalition that's against you as a people, just on the merit of you being black. So, obviously, Charleston White, I feel like Charleston White content is kind of a joke. Obviously, whether he's serious or not, and of course, I don't think he's serious. As far as I remember, allegedly, he was a community activist, probably for police reform or something. I don't know. But of course, money hit different. But obviously, like, a lot of people make content just for, just for the sake of making, earning bread, and the reality is that, a guy of low employment, or a lot of people are of low employment, no disrespect to low employment, but I'm just saying a lot of people are unemployable, let's say, or not going to be wealthy in their lifetime unless they could. And so he just says, look, if I sell an image of a negative black person, that's it. But I think the larger issue is, because he talks about, the Bible says that, so on and so forth. Like, part of me feels like a lot of people didn't vote for. Because by the numbers, Biden won 81 million votes. Harris won I can't remember the final count, but let's say 69 million maybe, right? Which is 12 million vote difference, right? Basically, the Democrats technically had the numbers to win, but a lot of people didn't vote. So it's not so much, black people voted in this percentage. 12 million people sat out, or 15 million people sat out the election. For whatever reason that they may have had, a lot of people, it's not even so much who voted as much as who didn't vote at that point. And because of that, and one of the things that you might see in common with regard to Hillary's loss versus Biden's victory is, unfortunately, I don't want to be that guy, but it might just be that a lot of people didn't vote for her because she's a woman, And again, a lot of black people do not share that opinion, right? That, we shouldn't vote for somebody just because they're a woman. But the reality is that a lot of Americans did. And because of that, I think that should just be a wake-up call in regards to, if you're going to be a part of a nation, right? What are the true values of that nation? And in a sense, Charleston White is articulating the true values, even though he's doing it in such a coon way, even though he's doing it clearly for a money grab, he's kind of articulating the zeitgeist, i.e., women shouldn't be elected, white men should be in charge. And there was this white racist. I don't know if you play that video, but there was a white racist the guy who debated Tariq Nasheed, who said the same thing. He said basically the reason why he voted for Trump, even though Trump is, an idiot, obviously, whatever. The reason why he voted for Trump was it was better for the survival or the longevity of the white race. And that's it.
Yeah, that was Jared Taylor talking to that Asian guy in that video. With that said, let's go to thanks only for that. Let's go to Jose. Jose, what's you?
Yeah, I have questions about this guy. Like I don't know, man. In general, black people are disappointed. I'm not gonna say angry, because if we would be angry, we would be more proactive than reactive. But in general, you can make money on black people being negative, and this dude is that type, and he is trolling, and that's what he's making money off. I can't believe that he was a community activist. I mean, I've seen videos where he actually he sort of tells police he's being stopped at the highway, and he's actually telling those police officers that he used to work with them. So what is this guy? I'm confused, yeah, what I want to say, what Oni says, and I forgot to mention to mention it from this angle. Theoretically, black folks or immigrants are orphans, but political orphans, and in the United States, because you have this political system, two-party system, you are orphaned, or you if you want to stick to your moral values, you are orphaned, or forced to vote for something else than the Democratic Party, or in other words, the traditional left. So yeah, and then you have these clowns. I don't understand why someone would make this videos like this. Also, the Democrats are crashing out. Why would you sit in front of a why would you do this? I don't understand. I don't understand. You vote, and you go on to your business, especially as black folks, because no one is there for us, even us. We're not able. Here in the Netherlands, there was this black party, and the priority was degeneracy. Like why does a black party have to fight for the LGBTQ? Because yeah, we're all minorities. Yeah, minorities. Women are welcome. LGBTQ is welcome. Everybody is welcome. The religious groups, everybody is us, because we are a minority. No, we're not. We are black, and it's time that we go for black agendas. And I see it nowhere happening. I see us comply to the democratic system. It's a game. We play by their rules, and we don't have an agenda. We're not like any other group that has its own network. We don't have a network. What have you? You have these type of clowns that eat off of our dismay, off of our disappointment, and yeah, I'm just gonna say it. It hurts to see this motherfucker every time. It just hurts to see this motherfucker, because he eats. He has a fan base. People that agree with him, like yeah, the white man is our only ally. And I don't know. I guess everybody has seen that video of him also. It's yeah, it's beyond this disgusting. It's sad, and I mean it. And yeah, I yield the mic.
Appreciate that, Jose. Let's have from Kofi. Next, Kofi, what say you?
I want to say that this is a parody. I was like, all right, it's a parody. Maybe he's doing this as a parody of all the coons that voted for Donald Trump or whatever. Then after I'm looking at it, I'm like, wait. He has way too much Trump merch for this to be a parody. And I'm thinking, is he trolling? Like this is an expensive troll. I mean, he got the Trump coin. Only thing I didn't see is the Trump sneakers. You know what I'm saying? But when I saw the Trump coin, I'm like, yo, this dude got the Trump coin and a bunch of other things that, I'm like, yo, this is crazy. The only thing I didn't see was the Trump sneakers and the the Trump bobblehead. But he has like all the big items that Trump that's been grifting. But I don't know what I don't know what to make of this. I think he's a little bit serious. This is Charleston White we're talking about. So you have to take what he says or what he does at a grain of salt. To him, he'll say he's like 80% coon, 20% rational, and he'll say some stuff that will make sense. But for the most part, I ignore him. And he's saying "Born in the USA," singing the Bruce Springsteen song "Born in the USA," when ironically Bruce Springsteen, endorsed Kamala Harris. So I found that strange, or I don't know if he's saying that as a middle finger to Bruce Springsteen or whatever. I don't know, but again, this is Charleston White. But I think I'll take it as black people who voted for Trump. This is how they feeling, because I think he is emulating that quite well. It's probably like how they feel. And I understand how they feel because, then he got the whole Confederate flag, he got the hats, he got the little whatever he got around his neck, scarf or a blanket or whatever. And it is synonymous with the Trump campaign. So I'm going to go out on a limb and take it as it's a parody, or maybe he's securing his position and his place for the next 4 years as a good house nigga, and maybe he's using this go like, hey, look, I was with y'all the whole time. I don't know, you know what I'm saying? Like, with black people right now, it's usually, they got the same fight or flight. Here is either fight or coon. You know what I'm saying? So if you ain't fighting this, you're cooning, or you're making that, explanations and reasons and all this stuff why Trump is not so bad and other people, and look at this person and that person, all to distract. But I'm going to take this as him just making fun of Trump supporters, but keeping in mind that he may be serious. He may be serious, and not to relitigate what was said before. Again, I'm going to say a little bit. The reason why I say Kamala Harris lost is due to that she's black, she's a woman, and disinformation, right? And the disinformation that was, one of the things, yes, that's on people's minds about the kids getting, transgender kids, and they want to do this and do that. A lot of people believe that bullshit. And the thing about the Trump campaign that they know the average person is going to disagree with that. So even though they're going to capitalize on the fact that gay people are mostly on the left, despite the fact there are also a lot of gay people on the right. The most famous transgender in America is Caitlyn Jenner, aka Bruce Jenner, and she's a Republican and she's cool with Trump, but nobody wants to talk about that. Nobody wants to talk. They only want to just put it on there, because the whole thing is hypocrisy and fear mongering and just taking advantage of people's fears. That's why I ask, what are they running on? What is policy? But again, it's all about optics. It has nothing to do with truth. It has to do with what it looks like. It doesn't look good or whatever. So I'm going to base it on my feelings and not look for facts. But hey, we just going to learn, America. For in this point right now, it's okay. It's more important to give the middle finger to trans people. It's more important to give a middle finger to black women, to women in general, to people of color, right? That's more important. So we're going to let the racist, rapist, pedophile in, but these motherfuckers say they're moral people, right? Again, right now, I could hold my head high because I know I have morality than most of these people out here. I'm sitting on the side of truth, and at the end of the day, history is now currently showing that America made a mistake, right? And it's all gonna play out, and that's pretty much it.
Good conversations tonight. Anthony, what say you?
Yeah, 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 that was funny, man. I was like, I was just like Kobe and like my brother, man. At first, I thought it was like him doing a parody, you know what I'm saying? But then I thought about it for a minute. You know what? You know, Sean's a white man. You know, I mean, you know, he got, you know, I think the Negro got paid. You know what I'm saying? That's what I think. I think it was some pay. I think it was some paid shit and everything, you know. But I mean, you know, he's a problematic Negro. I mean, look, we've always had our Willie Kings. You know what I'm saying? Ever since Gabriel Prosser, we've had our Willie Kings. And we're gonna continue to have our Willie Kings. But I think that I'm like, I mean, it's almost. I mean, it was so. It's hard for me to to give a serious cover to everybody because the shit was so damn stupid. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know, just looking at this shit, Coco. I mean, it was just so damn stupid. And like, I just think that okay, you know, listen to some of the shit that he said. Let's go back. Let's go back to the 1930s in Europe, in Germany. Now you know, don't you know that when Adolf Hitler was running and was running for Chancellor of Germany, you know what? A whole bunch of Jewish people voted for him. You know what I'm saying? A whole bunch of them. A whole bunch of them voted for him. You know what I'm saying? Because they thought that, guess what? He had some of the same value. They shared values and this and that. And you know how sometimes you'll hear these conversations about black people being, you know, more conservative and stuff like that. In which, you know, like I know in my generation, you Koku, when we was growing up, our parents and stuff were more conservative. You know,
Yes,
on a lot. Our parents were more conservative on a lot of things, and so some things that you would probably in our generation that you would hear certain people say, like Reagan or something. Not that we love no Ronald Reagan here now. Hey, I despise Reagan, I despise Trump. But I'm saying some things that you would hear the Republicans say was actually some things that we did agree with. No, to a degree. No, on some things. I ain't somebody, you know, the other stuff. But I'm just saying, you know, because we were, you know, black people were, you know, kind of, you know, with the conservative thing. But like I said, a whole lot of Jews voted for Hitler until they found out who he really was. You know what I'm saying? And you know, when they got their Jewish wake-up call. It's just like Negroes getting their Negro wake-up call. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, like I said, we gonna always have our Willie Kings who gonna sell out our revolutionaries, you know, who gonna sell out the movement, you know, who gonna sell out, you know, period. You know what I'm saying? And you know, I mean, you know, I think he's just like a face of what's really going on among our community, man. I thought he was like parodying, like I'm saying, like what Kobe was saying. Like I thought it was like a parody of his black people, his African people. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, it was just so hard for me to say. Hey man, I was laughing too goddamn hard, really, at this fool. But yeah, I mean, I pretty much agree with Kobe on a lot of it, man. You know, on some of the stuff. You know what I'm saying? I leave it at there, man, for time constraints.
Appreciate that, Anthony. Let's hear from Black Steel. Black Steel, Trump is elected and Blagger is in hysteria. What say you?
I hate this fucking guy, man. I hate this fucking guy. Every time I see him, I'm like, what? Who is giving him screen time? Who is giving this dude access to the internet? Somebody needs to cut his internet. Cut the wires, man. Dig up the fiber optic cables, man. Who is backing this dude? Does anybody not get the irony of talking about I love America while you're wrapped in Confederate flags? As if the Confederacy didn't try to destroy America. The Confederate States were in rebellion against America. But here you are repping Confederate flag. It's not. It's Jesus. He's dumb as fuck. It's hard for me to really digest this dude. He's just such a freaking clown. He's a parody of I don't even know, but he's just ignorant. He lives, breathes, eats, and shits ignorance. Donald Trump's victory is no win for black people. What? And you said a white man needs to run this country. How's that worked out for us for the past, I don't know, 200 and something years, almost 250 years? How's that really working out for us? It's not working out. It's 200, yeah. How's that working out? A white man running the country, right? Black, it's just these guys are just, this dude's just a fucking clown. Who's bankrolling him? We need to find out who's bankrolling him so we can just deal with this dude, man. This is just he's not even entertaining. He's almost it's his very presence is an insult, right? Because he not understand that black people what we've suffered and gone through in this country, or he probably does. He said he used to be a community activist, but then he's a sellout. And black people don't have the monopoly on sellout. There's plenty of non-black people who sell out for their community. But then are they given platforms like this? Are they given the exposure that he's getting? And I guess that's what bothers me more than anything is the amount of exposure this self-hating coon gets. Is that he gets internet, he gets streams and things like that. Fuck him. I'm done.
Appreciate that, Black Steel. In the chat, Provide Triggers of Evolution says a case of total psychological alien, highly pathological, a sad state of affairs, a great barrier to black liberation, and an indication that blackness goes beyond one's phenotype. She adds, that's shocking. Trigger Happy 262 Plus asks an interesting question. He says, is Charleston White the embodiment of what Black American identity is supposed to be? Keyword, American. I know this brother has been chomping at the bit to say his piece here. Let's hear from Brother Bakari. Brother Bakari, what say you to Charleston White?
It's a lot of black folks that's like Charleston White, but they don't want to see it. Look, man, my homeboy, one of my best friends, sent me a picture of his brother after the election. This dude wore a Donald Trump sweatsuit for 2 days. He had the sweatsuit and the hat on, say Trump, for 2 days. The day the election started, the day of the election, and the day after the election. So it's a lot of black folks that feels like Charleston White. It's a lot of black people. Just go listen to Drunk Joe Brown. It's a lot of black people that want a white boy like Donald Trump in charge of them. There's a lot of black people that's okay. Because I already told folk why I voted. So there's no need for nobody to talk about a Democrat to me because it don't matter. It's a lot of black people okay with that white boy, that white tent, and I absolutely hate him with a passion. It's a lot of black people that's okay with him being in charge after standing and calling for hurt and destruction to black people. So there's a lot of Charleston Whites in H.K. Edgertons, like Anthony said, like when the Jews, it was 200,000 Jews in the Nazi army. It was 70,000. Just remember this, there was 70,000 black people that fought for the Confederacy. Those 70,000 people have descendants. I think some of them went to the Bahamas. But anyway, those 7,000 people have descendants. And they and
Koku. Koku, disagreeing is one thing, but
And
outright insulting somebody, that shouldn't fly on here. And we've heard a lot of insults directed, and that's not
That,
okay.
that,
That's
that,
not
that,
okay.
that, that was to me. That was to me. That was to me. That
No,
was
but
to me,
that's not the
Black Steel.
point.
That
Who
was
the
to me.
fuck you think
Buana's
you
fair
are?
game.
Who the fuck do you think you are, bro?
so I'm going. It's a lot of people that is absolutely okay with this, bro. It's a lot of people that feels just like him, whether they say they don't or not. The non-voters, the third-party voters, and can't nobody tell me about my opinion and how I feel and how I see things. Who don't want to stand up against a white boy. My point is gonna be my point. Want to stand up against a white boy that was calling for hurt of black people. Done put a battery in the back of these folk. Got them thinking they can do whatever they want to do, like the white boy finna punch that black girl with the MAGA hat on. We trying to figure out and say, well, let's just wait to see the ending results and see what happened to the school in Tennessee. No, I already got my ending result. I'm gonna treat them, I'm gonna stand to them the way they stand at me, the way they have always stood against us. And if you're gonna be saying you prepared to fight and you prepared to do whatever, you're gonna have to be prepared to say, this is my opinion. You're gonna have to be prepared to say, no, I can't ride with that white boy. No way, shape, or form. I can't make no excuses for that white boy when somebody say something about him. Charleston White is a whole lot of Charleston Whites. There's a whole lot of Charleston Whites roaming around out here right now. And by the way, you say insults shouldn't be allowed on here. Bawana insult me. Me and Bawana done already. Me and Bawana have an understanding. But my point and how I feel about certain things still stand. Because how can you say you're gonna fight with someone who didn't even have to physically fight? All they do, you know what, this dude to say he gonna hurt black folk. But instead of saying that, they go all the way back to Obama. They go back to Jimmy Carter. They go back to anything instead of staying on that point right there. They do a waltz around everything. I'm just saying. But there's a lot of them. There's a lot of Charleston Whites. There's a lot of Charleston Whites. Some of them just don't want to say it. Like I said, I know somebody who had on the Trump jumpsuit for 2 days after the election.
All right, so let me just remind you guys that Underground Railroad in America ran up to Canada and ran down to Red Bay's Andros, which is the largest island in the Bahamas. Buana's from Andros. I'm from Nassau, so let's just get that straight. Buana's from Andros. But anyway, Buana, you've heard everything everyone else had to say. What say you to all
Yes,
of it?
sir. Yes, sir. Let me first say that all the brothers on the panel are my brothers, and I respect them daily. I respect Black Steel's opinions and his right to his opinions. I respect Brother Bakari. Me and Brother Bakari is my brother. You know what I mean? We just having a disagreement right now. I was told specifically, do not poke the bear. I won't poke the bear so bad, but my woman tells me, even though Brother Bakari think I'm a misogynist, and I listened to my woman. He said, do not mess with Brother Bakari tonight. Do not mess with him. Because I think sometimes she loved Brother Bakari more than she loved me. Needless to say, she said, do not poke that bear. And I ain't gonna poke the bear. I can leave it alone. So let him throw his blows. I can come back to it. The pendulum swings both ways. He's saying many things that I patently disagree with. And I could get him. I know I could get him. I'll get him later. I understand Black Steel. Black Steel. He was directing it at me, bro. He was directing it at me. It's all about me. It's all about me. But I love my brother regardless. We just have him and Kofi, but we just have a disagreement. So I will say what I said earlier on my brethren, because I understand that politics sometimes is engender a whole lot of emotions. You know what I mean? And I know that this wound is very sore right now for many of my brothers. So they need a avenue to vent. It's unfortunate that I get being used as a punching bag for it, but I'll be the punching bag, man, because they're my brothers. I can take it. My shoulders are broad. My shoulders are broad. At the end of the day, after we get over this bullshit, because I really don't even believe in these white man politics, to be honest with you, if you want to get me in a real conversation, a real fucking conversation. But I understand that my brothers, them, feel away, they'll get over it, we'll get past it, and then we'll have more enlightening conversations. So I just want my brothers, them, to know that, first and foremost. It's interesting how Gert Wilders in the Netherlands had Muslim votes for him, and he's completely a anti a Muslim kind of candidate. That's wild. That's a whole crazy other kind of Netherlands kinds of information that Jose put a foot forward. But I would say this to my Democratic brothers, and I stated this earlier on Kofi's live. Kamala Harris did some heavy lifting. Kamala Harris had 15 weeks to try to sell to the electorate that she wanted to become the president. Why? Because Joe Biden decided to drop out of the presidential race because he wanted to run for president. He decided to drop out very late. So this black woman say, I want to be president. So within 15 weeks, she was able to galvanize 65 million people to vote for her. Not only that, she was able to galvanize at least 224 of the electoral college votes. That is a phenomenal task and feat to be able to accomplish. She was accomplished in this actually going in. But the fact that she was able to do that is a big deal. Not only that, Kamala Harris was able to retain the numbers in terms of black voting. She got 90% of a women's vote. That is, yo, to get 90% of anything is it's an A automatically. But to be able to galvanize 90 something plus percent of the black female vote, that is a phenomenal feat. And then you get almost 80% of the black male vote. That's phenomenal. I'm not taking nothing away from Miss Harris and her accomplishments and what she was been able to galvanize. Let me tell you something too. The fact that she had a short space of time to run for president, it only means that if she had more time, she would have possibly have much more voters on her side, on a team. So I don't think it's so bad the fact that hey, I lost this time. See, America, unfortunately, they've been taught from very young that all you have to do is try hard, and at the end of the day, it'll end happily ever after. It don't always end that way. Sometimes you gotta try and try again and try. If at first you don't succeed, you should try and try again. This is how the real world lives. So she'll eventually get there. Trump had to take a loss, and the white people in America had to eat that. So now, when it comes to next time, she possibly will be able to get into office and do her thing. I ain't taking nothing away from that black woman and what she has accomplished. Policy wise, me personally, let me tell you, policy wise, I don't agree with, as a social program, the marriage between a man and a man. I don't agree with that, brother. Me personally. When I see people like Billy Porter standing next to the president of the United States, it's embarrassing for me. He's a black man trying to pretend to be a woman. That's embarrassing for me. You know what I mean? Because I don't represent that. And another thing too is the whole abortion issue. The abortion issue is we talk about black life and black things. When he killing millions and millions of black babies, that's an issue for me. That's a hotbed issue for me. I can't ignore that. When you talk about big government and government always in your pocket and always in your business, I live in a country where there's big government. I want to see limited government where I am free to engage my life that I like the way that I wish to. Like the way that I wish to. I like small governments. Just get out of my friggin' pocket. Get out of my business. Unfortunately, it doesn't translate because when you come to America, the Democrats are big government. The Democrats are heavy on social things like allowing homosexuality and to exist in certain things and certain spaces, and then abortion rights, and then you have big government and things. Unfortunately, when you translate that into American lexicon, that's where you like post it. I am not a Trumpist, but if I was to translate my philosophy and ideas of life, unfortunately, I would more align. My ideology would more align with the Republican ideas as opposed to the Democratic ideas. Unfortunately, but I am not a Trumpist. I am not a racist, nor do I love racists. It just so happens. It just so happens that some of his ideas, some of the Republican ideas, I could understand. Some of the Republican ideas, not the Democratic ideas. Unfortunately. But like I say, I am not here to antagonize my brothers. I don't want us to get into a fight over no white man politics. No white man. We are Garveyites, we Pan Africans, we black nationalists. So we shouldn't be getting into no fisticuff over no white man politics. So I am trying my best, even though I get name called for days. I can stay out of that. Because there's a bigger picture and a bigger prize. And I like the position Anthony McFall is taking. And because they really kind of like hands off. Yeah, they see the bigger picture. But I'll leave it there, Coco, for now. I'll leave it there. I'll leave to be brief.
Yeah, it's all love, man. It's all I want to stress that we have this, this bit of an ideological difference, but at the end of the day, going forward, especially, we want to discuss what we can do as black people. Equals African people. Well, what can we do to help each other out going forward, regardless of who is in power, and especially if Trump now is in power? What can we do to help one another? I have one more topic tonight, if you guys will oblige me. It's a bit of a palate cleanser, but it also stresses this idea that we are black people, and so we need to work together. I'll understand who can't hang around, but I think it's a good one. I think Kofi should hang. I think Brother Bakari should be here for this as well. Is there any last thoughts on this? Should be topic number 4 tonight. All right, beautiful. So let's do Shoot the Breeze topic number 5. This is the last topic for the night for sure. For sure. And I appreciate Oni and Jose who have joined us tonight, even though they have crazy time differences. Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 is, what is the monster? This comes with a link that takes us to YouTube. This sister who's speaking, she's half Nigerian, half Bahamian, by the way. I'm familiar with her dad. I'm not familiar with her too much, but I've seen her around. I've seen her on Godfrey's show. So we'll watch this video. It's called Why Black People Hate Other Black People. Let's watch it, and then we'll discuss it. Okay, I don't have no sound now for some reason. Oh.
That we did not know slavery. You may not know this, but there's a growing sentiment among some groups of Black Americans, namely those who refer to themselves as American descendants of slaves and foundational Black Americans, that I and other Black people of Caribbean and/or African origin are not Black, that we do not identify as Black in our own countries, that we don't know racism, that we don't know what it is to be niggas, that the world doesn't see us as niggas in the same way, that we don't know what it's like to live under the weight of white supremacy, of colonization, that we come to America essentially to co-opt their culture, disrespect their struggles, and only then do we start claiming to be Black in order to supplant them in some way, to steal opportunities that were neither afforded to them as Black Americans, nor us as people incapable of even being second-class citizens, for we are not citizens at all. They believe that Black Americans are being hindered by the presence of Black immigrants in this country, and that Black Americans should disassociate themselves. I've lived in America for 16 years, beating out the first 15 years of my life that I spent in my home country, the Bahamas. In that time, it has not been my lived experience that Black Americans are exceptionally xenophobic. Before, maybe 3 years ago, I cannot think of a time I heard something as outlandish as discounting the Blackness of the entire Black diaspora. But now it's a sentiment expressed to me in droves each and every day. Every day, I'm a little bit baffled by the train of thought that leads one to conclude that Africans are not Black, but Black Americans are Black because they descend from slaves who came from Africa, because somehow they believe that Africans and non-American Black people haven't lived Black experiences, because a Black experience and one's Blackness are apparently defined by one's proximity to white people. And proximity to white people or one's oppressors is apparently a uniquely American experience. I want to explain to these people that tell me that I didn't consider myself Black till I got to America, that the aquamarine in the Bahamian flag represents the water, the gold represents the sun, and the Black represents the people. I want to explain to the people who tell me that we are not Black like Black Americans because their ancestors were enslaved, that so are mine, and that slavery was not unique to the Americas, nor how we should define Blackness, that the Caribbean was at the center of the transatlantic slave trade, that slaves who revolted in America would often be sent to plantations in the Caribbean as punishment because of how grueling they were. I want to tell them that America didn't introduce me to racism. It was growing up on an island being taught to serve white tourists that introduced me. It was being unable to even see every inch of a just 21 by 7 mile long island I was born to, because there were communities and beaches that were only accessible to white Bahamians and tourists alike. It was seeing white Bahamians choose to procreate with their own families and live on family islands by themselves, rather than be in community with Black Bahamians, regardless if we were the majority. I want to draw them the connections between our oppressors and theirs, so they can connect the dots all the way from Nassau and Long Island in New York, all the way to the islands of Nassau and Long Island in the Bahamas. I want to draw them the connection between the Bahamian people and the Gullah Geechee people of the Carolinas, to explain how Bahamians helped found Miami. I find myself clinging to Stokely Carmichael, Shirley Chisholm, Sidney Poitier, Marcus Garvey, to every other Caribbean or African Black person in America's history that would dispel this defamatory assertion that we have neither cared or been a part of Black American struggles, community, or history, hoping to wear their names like armor to protect me from people who pretend that anti-Blackness is a hat only worn by Black people born outside of America, instead of a chronic illness the entire Black globe has been forced to live with. I want to explain myself to these people. Then I hear Toni Morrison say, the very serious function of racism is distraction. It keeps you from doing your work. It keeps you explaining over and over again your reason for being. Somebody says you have no language, so you spend 20 years proving that you do. Somebody says your head isn't shaped properly, so you have scientists working on the fact that it is. Somebody says you have no art, so you dredge that up. Somebody says you have no language, so you dredge that up. Somebody says you have no kingdoms, so you dredge that up. None of this is necessary. There will always be one more thing. When I feel that desperate need to explain myself to Black Americans as though I or them are the problem, I know that white supremacy is working. And that's when I zoom out, not only to get a better look at the board, to see the play, but to remind myself that this is, in fact, white supremacy's game. And even though I know better, if I'm not careful and paying attention, I can easily be a pawn on the board. Because why ever should I even be so frustrated with the rise of xenophobia from some Black Americans when it isn't so dissimilar from the way that Bahamians spoke about and thought about Haitians and other Black immigrants like my father when I was a child, or the way Bahamians continue to speak about Haitians and Black immigrants like my father today? And although I distinguished other Black immigrants, note that Bahamians never did. Everyone was Haitian to Bahamians who wanted to communicate to you that you were undesirable. When I was a child in the Bahamas, being Haitian was so commonly understood to be an insult that it was the primary insult on my primary school playground. And I probably heard myself called that more times than I ever heard anyone even attempt to pronounce what they called and continue to call that stupid African name my parents give me. My disbelief at the audacity to render the nationality of the first Black people to fight for and win their independence an insult, something to be ashamed of, is a feeling that never quite leaves me. Although I know I have no business feeling it, because there's nothing unbelievable about the monster or its many heads. In fact, xenophobia was one of the first heads on the monster that ever turned to look at me. I was born in Nassau, the Bahamas, and Nigeria is a country I've never known. But to Bahamians, my name and my father was always a barrier preventing me from being a true Bahamian. And then I moved to America, where I live in a perpetual state of being othered. There's a concept in the law called domicile. Your domicile refers to a person's true permanent home. It's not necessarily where you live, just your true home. And I think about this often because every single day, the monster tells me that I don't have one. In many respects, I am a stateless person and I always have been. The most effective thing the monster ever did was teach Black people white supremacy. So we would hate ourselves and each other instead of the monster. That way, we would oppress ourselves and each other, even if the monster wasn't around. That's why the textbooks given to me in my Bahamian schools were written by white men to assert white supremacist lies, like Bahamians were lazy, that slavery wasn't that bad in the Bahamas, that we hadn't fought for our independence and had simply been given it because our 700 islands and keys were just suddenly not valuable to the white man who had killed and pillaged to get them, that our soil was not valuable. And it's also why the textbooks in my American schools excluded and continue to exclude, if not ban, Black America's history altogether. Some days I want to scream at people who use the monster against me. I want to choke them with information. But then I ask myself, what's the point of trying to force my history down their throats, knowing that the monster ensured they don't even know their own, much less how ours intertwine? The xenophobia all throughout the diaspora is rooted in ignorance, as much as it's rooted in repressed anger, jealousy, resentment that we haven't been able to direct at the monster responsible, so we direct it at each other. The monster told white Americans to recognize European immigrants as white in order to consolidate more power for the white majority. And then that same monster turned around and told you to cast out Black immigrants, to see them as a threat to your resources, as both responsible for and indifferent to your plight. The monster is deceiving us as it always has, convincing you to believe that the problem is not the very real monster who can't even find the shame to hide, but other Black people, separated from you by nothing other than oceans and fictional borders created by the monster. The monster and I go way back. The problem is that familiarity hasn't made it any easier to beat. And I have spent 31 years watching that monster travel from country to country, getting stronger and stronger. And I am afraid, y'all, but not of the monster. I'm afraid of the inability for my people to see a monster that's been staring at each of us in our eyes, just like it packed all of us onto ships.
So if I may, because this is a topic that's very important to me too. The thing is, when most people, I think Bono trying to get us run off the internet now, but when most people articulate the Bahamian Haitian dichotomy, it's not a, it's not a, it's not a, what's the word I'm trying to find? It's not a self-hating African or Black type of thing, really. The Haitian issue, and you guys won't understand it for what I'm saying, but the Haitian issue that has long been a Bahamian thing is more of a cultural difference. There's a cultural difference. And I'll tell you something interesting. Kofi is in New York. I'm in New York. I'm also going to address that New York thing in a second. But Kofi is in New York. I'm in New York. There's a difference in how Haitians kind of move. And that's the thing I think people in my homeland don't like. It's not an anti-African or anti-black thing. I just want to make, she didn't make that clear, but I want to make that clear. It's a cultural thing, certain social things that happen that people don't particularly like. And if you live in New York, you'll understand what I mean by that. I have good friends in New York here, like Azulism, who's often on the panel. He's one of my pro-black perspective asks, how do Haitians move like Azuli? No, it's a social thing. Even Azuli, I think, will point it out too, as a matter of fact. It's a socialized thing that we kind of take on a little bit too much. But it's not an anti-African thing. I just want to make that clear. It's not an anti-African thing. Buana can talk about it more because he's on the line right now. But in my growing up, I could tell you that it's not that we don't respect 1804 and what Haitians did for black folks in the Western Hemisphere. It's not that. It's one of these days I'll talk about it, but I'm not going to talk about it fully right now. But it's not an anti-African thing. I just want to stress that for you guys before you think we're anti-African. We're not. It's a different thing. Maybe Buana might want to detail it a little bit more. I see Trigger Hobbies asking me what's the cultural differences and why are they disliked. Again, we'll talk about it.
Yeah.
But let me start with Oni, I guess. Oni, what say you to what is the monster?
Oh yeah. The monster. Oh yeah. So obviously, she's talking about white folk.
My phone just shut down. So Oni, what is it that you would say to what is the monster?
Oh, okay. Yeah. So, hey, can you guys hear me? By the way,
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you guys hear me?
Can you guys hear me?
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right,
Yeah, I can hear them both of y'all. Yeah, y'all good. Y'all good.
Yeah, my phone shut down too. So what I'm gonna say is, yeah, obviously she's talking about white folk, which is good. And that's a good, like you say, palate cleanser, a good way to end the conversation. At the end of the day, this Trump victory was a victory for white folk. Okay. I understand some people feel like, oh, Trump had this policy that I like, or liberals had this policy I don't like. But at the end of the day, it was really just about white power, and the whites got it. The whites kept it. The whites held on to it. When you look at it from just the individual level, you had this mixed Black and Indian woman again running against this, I think fresh out of Europe white man, and America had to choose between those two. Now, obviously, we could rationalize, hey, look, the policy, this party, this and so forth. But at the end of the day, that's what it was, and America declared as we always knew, right? The white man prefers a criminal, a white criminal over a Black person. Period. We know this when we go to apply for jobs. We know this when we, like when we we're a first time offender. We know this when we're a 0-time offender. White folk will, and that's okay. That's this their country, and they just want to let you know. They just want to remind you that. So, as far as I'm kind of more intrigued about this Haitian thing, because I've known Haitians, since the time I've been in America, and I never really noticed anything about them different. But I mean, of course, I only know Haitian Americans. You know what I mean? So I don't know Haitians in Jamaica. I don't know Haitians in Bahamia or Bahamas. Sorry, I don't know Haitians elsewhere. But I only know Haitians in America, and the only thing I know about them personally is, like I guess when they're not married, their parents treat them like kids. I don't know, but I mean they just say that's what we do. But outside of that, and of course they like burned rice. I don't know. random too, like Vato. I'm gonna hand me burn rights. I was like, what the fuck is this, man? Give me burn rights. Yeah, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, yeah, the monster. Yeah, I mean, I think it is worthwhile to to focus on. At the end of the day, oh, sorry. With regard to the FBA claim, I want to say this though. So I think when like there is a lot of evidence that white folk, like generally speaking, not generally speaking, but that some white folk really hate African Americans more than they just hate black folk. There's some evidence that there are some white people like that. However, you know, like maybe you could say that might be some sophisticated ass white person. I don't know, but a lot of white people are not sophisticated like that. You know, so there are, you know, some cases where, like, because even like when it comes to like black people in general, you know, generally speaking, a lot of the hostility against black people might be directed against ghetto black people. You know, less than you know, as opposed to, let's say, a business, whatever. But the reality is that, you know, it goes back to how Muhammad Ali put it, right? Or he alleges, you know, Elijah Muhammad might have put it. I don't know, but it goes back to the idea of, if you got these, you know, the way how you're supposed to look at white folk is, if there are a bunch of snakes outside your gate and only some of them are poisonous, right? You don't need to, you shouldn't let them all in just because only some of them are poisonous. You should keep them all out. And here's the flip side. White folk looking at you the same way. You know, even if white folk technically might dislike ghetto black folk, or maybe technically might just dislike African Americans, you know, they're not going to let you in, one, if you're neither of those. And two, there are a lot of white folk who don't like black people, period. You know, and you got to remember that the history of this country is such that black people were kidnapped and captured from Africa. You know, African Americans were not kidnapped and captured from Africa. Okay, there were no African Americans in Africa when white folk moved in on Africa, right? So white folk don't want to destroy African Americans. They don't want to destroy. What they want to do is they want to be on top of black folk and on top of the world. Really, they want to be on top, and they want to keep you down, and they're going to do what's in their power to keep you down. And so whenever you listening to this white boy talk about, oh, this is, you know, whatever, whenever you're agreeing with this white boy, you got to remember that he has an agenda, and you got to question yourself, what is your agenda when you're agreeing with this white boy? And I'll leave it at that.
Appreciate that. Only let's hear from Anthony McPhail.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let me see how I'm gonna come at this. All right. Okay. Give me a couple of minutes, Koku. All right. One thing that only said that I agree about what he said, when he said, when the white man went to Africa, there were no African Americans. You know what I'm saying? He didn't come to get no African Americans. I mean, that's something that Dr. John Henry talked about. Dr. John Henry Clark talked about. He said, in the beginning, there were no African Americans, there were no Haitians, there were no Jamaicans. You know what I'm saying? There were no Afro-Cubans, no Afro-Colombians. We were just Africans. You know, when the white man went over there and brought us from our homeland to over here, from our motherland to over here. No, we was all Africans. Yeah, we had our ethnic groups, but we was Africans. There wasn't no African Americans. You know what I'm saying? There wasn't no I'm a Jamaican, I'm an African American. Okay, so I agree with that point, what Oni said right there. Okay, I'm gonna try to take it right here. Okay, two things. Okay, one thing. Okay, we all remember the movie Roots back in the 70s. The movie Roots. It was a time in the movie after Kunta Kinte had been brought to America. Remember, he had an encounter with the brother, with Fiddler. Okay, now Kunta Kinte was still talking that African talk. Fiddler had been born in America. I don't know if his parents were from Africa or his grandparents, whoever. But Fiddler said, what he said, you in America now, boy. Y'all remember that part? He said, you in America now, boy. Stop talking all that old African stuff. Hey, you told me you in America now. Stop talking all that African talk. Your name ain't no Kunta Kinte no more. I mean, now this was symbolic of throwing away that African culture, that Africanity in you. Throw that away. You here now, man. You here now. You in America now. And see, this is where the FBA stuff stems from. From a long time ago. Okay, you had two brothers in the 19th century at the same time. Okay, probably a little bit after Fiddler and Kunta Kinte. You had two brothers who had an ideological difference with each other. You had our great ancestor, Martin Robertson Delaney, and you had another ancestor, I don't know if you don't call it great, I don't, with Frederick Douglass. Now, Frederick Douglass was a typical FBA of that time. He was the FBA of that time. I mean, a FBA in terms of, I'm an American. I ain't no African. I'm an American. No, I'm from here. I want to fight right here. Martin Robertson Delaney was a brother who had black consciousness. And Martin Delaney had black consciousness, and he was proud of his African heritage. They even had Freddie Douglass had said, I'm glad I'm a man. Martin Delaney, he glad he a black man. You know what I'm saying? That's what Freddie Douglass said. And we know that Martin Robertson Delaney, he was for black self-determination, for us having our own shit. Hell, matter of fact, he even went back to Africa. He went to Africa to try to buy some land, for black people to go over there and repatriate. So he was a brother who had that consciousness. He had that consciousness. Freddie Douglass was a man who was I'm not gonna say he was an accommodationist. No, he was for black rights, but he was for us having this right here, for being right here. I'm part of America. I ain't got nothing to do with no goddamn African. You know what I'm saying? That was my great granddaddy and grandmama long time ago. So we take that right there and we skip on up through the ages to today, like what this sister's saying right now. Now you got black people in America who don't have no consciousness, who like I'm an American. You know what I'm saying? I don't have nothing to do with Africa. I don't have everything, my whole culture and everything, even though they don't know what their goddamn culture is. Because if they knew what their culture was, they'll know that their culture is from Africa. But I'm saying, I'm an American. This is me right here. So when I see you, this brother or this sister from the Bahamas, or this brother, this sister from Barbados and Jamaica and from Haiti and from Nigeria, I'm like, okay, what blackness is in America to me is me, a black American. You a foreign black. You ain't black. You a Nigerian. You a Haitian. You a Jamaican. You know what I'm saying? You ain't black. Hey, like that Kendrick Lamar, they ain't like us. You know what I'm saying? So you not black like me. Yeah, you got black skin, but then they run around talking about all skin folks ain't kin folks, and they giving another meaning to this bullshit. But I'm saying, you ain't black like me. You know what I'm saying? When I look at Kobe, you a goddamn Guyanese. Koku, you a Bahamian. You know what I'm saying? Buana, you a Bahamian. You ain't black American right here to the soil. Like here, we the foundation of black America. We built the country. So in essence, what black is defined by these fools who think like that. I'm not black people, I'm saying, but the fools like the Tariq Nasheed who think like that is that blackness is us. Blackness is us. You ain't black, you African. I mean, I've seen a video where the brother had this brother, they was in a store. It was a brother, he was an African brother from the continent, and he was a security guard. Now, he got his job is to watch the goddamn store. So they had the brother who was African American, I hate that word, but African American, and he was in the store, he didn't buy shit, he was just walking around. Okay, walking around looking at shit. And all of a sudden the African brother just said, hey man, can I help you? Oh man, why you follow me around? All of those shit there. It ended up the conversation like he said, and the African brother said, hey brother, he called him brother. He said, brother called me brother. He said, man, you ain't black. I'm like looking at, and this dude looked like he was probably from Uganda somewhere. I mean blacker than black, real black. You know what I'm saying? Plenty melanin. I said, and he said, you ain't black. The brother looked at him and said, "Man, look at me. I ain't black." No, but you ain't black like me. You know what I'm saying? So some of these Negroes got this thing in their mind that black, is an American thing, like talking about the struggle and all of this old bullshit that you hear him talking about. But I'm like, when you talking to a brother from the Caribbean, from Haiti or from Jamaica, I mean, brother, they went through the same shit. You talking about how we went through slavery and all this shit. Well, brothers and sisters in Jamaica went through slavery. In Haiti went through slavery. In Colombia, Brazil, and all over Central America, South America, Caribbean, all of them went through slavery, and all of them faced racism. We all went through the same goddamn struggle. But see, when you got that lack of education, when you right here in America, remember the first thing they did was to strip your identity. Now, see, a lot of people in the Caribbean or in Central and South America maintain a certain degree of their culture. We have too, but we just don't recognize it. But I mean, they really maintained it in a stronger way. And so, in the Negro mind right here, it's just like, man, these people here are way different from us. They ain't like us. I mean, it's stupidity. When you somebody like me who know what the real deal is, you know what I'm saying? It's stupidity, and it's a lack of education. I mean, it's just like stripping a slave, and I mean a slave, not an enslaved African, but that's a slave mentality. Stripping him of everything he know, down to the bare minimum, and then rebuilding him and fashioning his mind with some bullshit. That you just a nigga. You a Negro. You an American Negro. You know what I'm saying? It don't have nothing to do, and disconnect you with your origin and where you come from. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean to go on too long, but that's what that is to me, man. I'll knock off right there, bro.
No, it's good stuff. You didn't go too long. I appreciate your contribution there, Anthony. Let me hear from Jose next.
Yes. What was it again that she called it? The beast or the monster? What she?
The monster.
The monster. I think, and your initial question was, what do you think that the monster is? I think the monster is the narrative. The narrative is the monster that she talks about. I must say, she came across like all over the place. But what I think is going on is a particular countries or movements are victim to the narrative. And I mentioned I can come up with 3 examples. Maybe there are more, but Zimbabwe, Nigeria, and Haiti, they have this the narrative in other countries, even other African countries, it's bad, right? So Nigeria, they're scammers, they're thieves, they're criminals, they're drug traffickers, human traffickers, etc. Nigeria, bad Nigeria. Zimbabwe, a failed country. Mugabe, failed country. Inflation 300,000%. And Haiti is uncivilized. Can take care of themselves. Animals, right? Because I see this trend in other countries. I see especially Cape Verde Islands. They are very loud about Nigerians and Haiti. They like to share fights. They like to share among each other the bullshit that the Western narrative likes to share, like gangs, problems, fights in the streets, people chasing each other with machete in the streets, and that type of stuff. And Nigeria, of course, even like innocent people have passed some time in a jail cell more than one day. Like you're coming as a tourist, and the first 3 days is a jail cell. Like what are you coming? If you're Nigerian and you come to the Cape Verde Islands, there's a big chance that you get a rough time at the airport. Like you're immediately suspicious. What are you coming to do here? Are you a drug trafficker? Are you a human trafficker? Or are you a scammer? That's the image in for example, my country. But it's everywhere. Nigeria, it's the scammer, right? 419, and so I guess the answer to your question, what is the monster? The narrative, and I we have to let go, right? So there's repatriation or delineation, but we have to really let go of, in the first place, the narrative, right? A narrative is a culture, and your culture keeps your narrative alive. So us living in the rules-based world order narrative is proof that we don't have a nation. We don't, we demand Black Lives Matter to other people, but we don't demand it from each other, for example. So these narratives can only hurt us if we follow them. Where is our own narrative? We speak of Pan-Africanism, but where is our own narrative? Is there organization? Are the faces pointing at the same time, at the same direction? There is people are trying to create a narrative. People are trying to create a narrative, and as you see, a small media outlet is being attacked by the United States government. What is it? African Stream. So yes, people are trying to create a narrative, but we're like shards. We're like shards. So these channels exist, but it's not like this is the channel where we go, right? There's no so Pan-Africanism lives, but we don't have a solid propaganda machine. So I suggest we make that our priority, a narrative. The monster is the narrative. What do we have to protect ourselves against the monster? And I yield the mic.
I appreciate that, Jose. Let me hear from Black Steel next. Black Steel will say it.
So yeah, so I follow Ole on YouTube. You know, she's kind of like a little crush of mine. You know, I put her through the mattress. But let me focus on the topic at hand, right? I've seen some of the harassment that she's received online from these FBA ADOS people, right? I don't think this movement, which is mostly an online movement, to be fair. I've never met anybody in real life talking that nonsense, right? I think it's understood that Africans across in the US, whether we from Nigeria or Bahamas or the US, we all share a single point of origin. And I find that we have more in common than we have apart. But I really want to, so why is it that someone who's a high school dropout, a former pimp, he can create a movement to turn African people against each other at a time when our unity is most vital for us for our liberation. So you got a high school dropout and a former pimp on one hand, and then you got Yvette Carnell, who worked for a white supremacist think tank called Progressive for Immigration Reform. How are these two people creating movements and seeking and just using them as attack dogs against other Black people, and nobody's suspicions are aroused? I don't really want to drill this topic because I don't want to say, oh, they should touch grass, as the kids say, we spend too much time online. But These people operate online. They're not in no movement spaces. They're not in the community. They're not in the people. It's a bunch of online clowns led by a grifter, a pimp. Why are we listening? I honestly don't even think this topic deserves the energy that she gave. And I recognize they've been coming at her hard. They've been calling her all type of tethers or whatnot. You know, I can understand that gets frustrating. But I firmly believe that the ties that unite Africans across the diaspora are stronger than the differences we have. Yeah, we're not going to see eye to eye on everything. We may have some cultural variations, but these are my folks, right? And we may have different ideas on how to get our liberation. But I don't believe that these clowns on YouTube or Instagram or Twitter speak to any percentage of the Black community in America. We don't have any, these white people, and that's the thing, these white people treat us all the same. You think these white people, when they put the signs saying go back to Africa, do you think they're just talking just to the Africans? No, they're talking about all of us. They're talking about all of us. There's no FBA. They want to diminish the contributions that Black people made. I even heard Tariq Nasheed just come out and say that, hip hop, that DJ Kool Herc had nothing to do with hip hop. And it was just all FBA who created hip hop. And really? So that's historically not, it's documented. But they're willing to overwrite history and to come up with their own narrative because they hate other Black people. And I don't think it's something that she should worry her pretty little head about at all. I think this is something that is truly an online movie. These are people you're bitching behind the computer screens. And get this, a lot of these people, they might not even be Black. They could flip a random Black person's profile picture, and and all of a sudden they use a couple, vernacular terms, and boom, they're a Black person. A lot of these people behind these profiles aren't Black. Keep that in mind, Ole, before you make a video like this. Other than that, I understand the sentiment. I mean, she ain't married. Is she trigger happy she married? Or can her dude fight? If he can't fight, then she ain't single. She's single for all I can serve. Anyways, but if your dude can't fight, you single. But anyways, I'm gorilla pimping right now. But anyways, but no, I don't feel like, to me, I don't feel like these online movements amount to anything, really. Black people are staring down the barrel of a gun right now. We need unity more than we anything else. These people should be called out for the traitors they are, and let them stay online. I'm not seeing them. We're organizing the community. I'm not seeing no FBA do anything. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Black Steel, and I appreciate you hanging out a little overtime with us tonight too. As a matter of fact, Kofi, let's hear from you next.
Yeah, I saw this earlier, and she hits the nail on the head on a lot of points. Black Steel says she was she's being threatened online and stuff like that. That's crazy, but again, it is something that's online. So when she did this thing, what the monster is really FBA. The monster is really FBA. The monster is really trying to say that these people that look like you, that think they are you, are not you. Right? So FBA made up this fake boogeyman of what a tether is. So when I go in other spaces on certain shows and things like that, and they want to redefine what it is, and I'll say you cannot redefine what it is when your pimp king, Nasheed, is the one who defines what that is. And many a times I have said, you had Africans and Caribbeans calling on there and say, hey, look, I heard this FBA thing. I'm getting dogged out and dragged through the street and everything like that. I want to be an ally. And at the end of the day, they're going there to get understanding, and they get dragged through the mud. You know what I'm saying? It was the last time was some Jamaican dude or whatever. He was just asking questions, being humble, pretty much kissing their ass and stuff like that, saying he was getting called all types of names. And Tariq, she's like, oh my God, that's so horrible. But then he let the other guy come on saying, I can't stand this Jamaican patty eating nigga, and all like, and just let it fly and just let them just go on their rants. So it's a made up boogeyman. These people are people that had always anti-black sentiment. These are people that always had anti-black sentiment. These are people that always just looked at other people, other black people that's not them. These are people that are very insecure, inadequate about who they are and their identity. And Tariq Nasheed created a monster that said that they are after you. And on top of that, you're better than them. And they're jealous of you. So he created this fictional thing playing on people's ignorance and hatred that they have of each other. So I remember on here, I'm in Brooklyn here, they had this I was talking to my friend, and he said, oh yeah, the dude that sells clothes and stuff like that, the African dude or whatever. I was like, yeah. And he came to him because this is the whole thing that she also says in that only Black Americans created on blackness, right? Which is something that the ignorant ones, even the smart ones among us, will say something stupid like that. Again, I've been on panels and they said something as ignorant as that. And they had African. He's like, yeah. He said he saw him. He went in there looking for clothes and stuff like that. And it was, and so they have like a little relationship that they have. So when they see each other, they say hi. So he came to him one day and he said, my friend, he's Jamaican. And he was like, yo, what's up, brother? How you doing? And then he looked both ways, was like, you talking to me? He was like, yeah, why wouldn't I be talking to you? We black. He was like, look, man, when I first came to this country and I was talking to a Black American and I said, hey, man, hey, man, we're hey, brother, and telling him that. He's like, brother, and say, oh, we all African. You know what I'm saying? We black, we all African. Nah, I ain't no African. Nigga, I ain't know. And the dude he said was like ready straight to fight him. Like, who you calling African? So since then, he never calls another black person African or brother like that because he knows that is offensive. So there's something, and I'm not even going to say that's something that's only on the American side. That's something that's just sadly in the diaspora. And I see some resentment also as far as continental Africans. Like I was looking at a show. So if anyone knows about what was happening at the end of World War II, right? Around that time, you still had England still had colonies in the Caribbean. So they say, hey, look, we need to rebuild England and stuff like that. So just like how they did with Panama and the Canal, those asking people from the Caribbean to come build it, you had them saying, hey, come to the UK and rebuild the UK. So that was a migration of Caribbean going into the UK. And then shortly after that, there was a migration of Africans. And I was talking to these guys I saw on a show one time, and you had continental Africans saying, hey, they're not like us. It's where he went to his African friend's house and he said, don't mess with those slave babies. They were calling the Caribbean people slave babies. The Africans were calling the Caribbeans slave babies. Right? So it's enough blame to go all around. And it's this divide where we think that, yeah, we all look the same, but we're different. And again, the white man is just grinning, rubbing his hands together like Birdman, like perfect. The Willie Lynch program is on its way and it's working, right? So that's who the monster is. The monster is really ignorance and misinformation and disunity, right? So I'm pretty much don't want to go on a long rant mimicking what the other brothers said that before me. We just need to get together. This is fake, and we just have to prove our unity through strength. And that's why I love this panel. That's why I love my brother Black Steel, Anthony, Buana, Koku for putting this all together. Because we're going to show people this is how it's supposed to be. Black. Before this FBA 80 shit kicked off, this is how it always was. And this is how it needs to be. Right? So I'll just end it right there. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Kofi. Thanks for joining us as well. With that said, let me go to Brother Bakari. Brother Bakari has some Haitian
God.
in his family. So, Bakari, what say you?
Everything, man. Look, the monster is the white man, the black man, and the narrative. Listening to this woman talk or speak, I can't remember her name. And then you think about how Haitians have been treated badly everywhere they have gone, everywhere they have been. They get treated badly. They get treated badly by white folk. They treated bad by black folk. So then I understand why Haitian people move the way they move. I heard you talking about how they move, Coco. So I understand why the majority of them move the way they move and why they are standoffish. Because the history of Haitian people dealing with other black people outside of Haiti have not been good. You know, dealing with white people ain't been good at all. So then there's the narrative that's been spent that the Black American, as they call themselves, or FBA or ADOS or whatever they want to be, they are better than everyone else. I find it strange that you find people. And I had this conversation one time with a Panamanian buddy of mine. Want to have a conversation about which slave was treated worse. I'm like, dude, we were both enslaved. I don't have that conversation. What's your name? Then he go on and say his name. I say, dude, you think that was your name? You think that was your ancestor's name? I don't have my ancestor's name. We both wearing a damn tag. I don't see how nobody can argue about which slave had it worse. You understand? So I don't know. It's to me, that's the monster. And when I hear people say get together, I asked the question the other day on my panel, and I'll continue to ask, what does this look like other than just using the word unity? What does it really look like? Because I understand why Haitians, if you really think about it, move how they move, and they're a little standoffish. And I understand why some of our people from the continent will come here and fool around and meet some of those FBA people and ADS and say those are the first ones they meet when they get here. And that's what they are around, let's say for 6-7 months. So then I understand why they don't want to deal, right? So then you have to ask yourself, like, yeah, this panel is good. This panel is cool. But for the most part, but as a whole, what would unity literally, what would unity look like other than saying the word we need to unite? Like Black still hated to him, or he said, oh God. It's okay, it don't bother me. I'm just saying I heard it and laughed. They hate to hear what I got to say, and I'm okay with that. It doesn't bother me. But like, what would unity look like? I know I'm rough around the edges. I speak the way I speak. I'm gonna be who I am. But what would unity look like? If I stand up and say, I hate this white boy the way he's speaking about black folk. He want to hurt black folks, but then you got black folks trying to jump in front of the grenades that I'm throwing at that white boy saying, yeah, but what about the other ones? But this is the one right now that's asking to kill you. Let's get rid of the immediate threat first. No, but what about the other ones that did this in 1980? But no, we got to get rid of it. So what would unity actually look like? And for me, that's a serious question. But the monster is the black, the white, and like Jose said, the narrative. And on that, I yield the mic.
I appreciate that, Brother Bakari. Last but not least, Bonnie, you've heard everything everyone else had to say. What say you to all of it?
Yes, sir. So, Coco and having me go last has put a weight on me because I got to remember all these people. So I can start backwards. So, Brother Bakari say, what would unity look like? And I can answer that question because for me, unity looks like when uh, first of all, Koku says support this channel, and he says that this channel he names several different people. He names Kofi, he names Brother Bakari, he names Forecast, he names Matron. He says support those channels as well. He say not only don't only contribute to my channel, but contribute to those channels as well. Unity looks like after the show, through the week itself, when Kofi goes live, um, Brother Bakari shows up, Bitter Medicine shows up, Anthony McFall shows up, I show up. Everyone contributes their life force, their time to supporting these channels, to me trying to make them grow. When Brother Bakari goes live, each and every one of us have an obligation to support Brother Bakari's channel. That this is the unification too. When he says support financially, now I support him. I try to support Koku when I can. Right now, I kind of like supporting Three Houses right now, so I contribute financially when I can. But he say contribute when you can to specific channel. This is This I understand it seems insignificant, but it starts small and it spreads. And we are if we faithful to one another, we gonna be faithful to other things. Black. When Brother Bakari says support black business this week, this is what. So all of us have an obligation to do just that, just for the week itself, just for the week. So you have all these men on this platform with families, if they have families, doing a specific thing because one man called for it. This is what you call unity. Unity. It starts small. It don't have to be a major thing. It starts small until it becomes big. Until it becomes big. Like most major enterprises in America, what started small and eventually when they remain consistent, it becomes big. That's one point that I wanted to answer. The next point is um, Anthony, where I think Anthony went next. Anthony's talk about a series of different things. With people like Anthony McFarlane, you have to be a studier and reader of history to understand why he says that Frederick Douglass is the FBA of his time. You have to know enough about your own history, black history, to understand where is he coming from when he makes that statement. Because the man is a walking library. You learn when you listen to brothers like him speak, because he's speaking historically. He could go backwards, and if you aren't listening carefully, and if you are not a student of your own history, you wouldn't get the jewels that he is offering to you. Okay, then next is Jose. Jose is an interesting character because Jose has an international perspective, and he travels all over the place. So his perspective is a universal one, more so than really a lot of us. So when he talks in terms of Europe, he could talk about extenuously about Europe, then he could talk about extenuously about African things and what happens there. You have to have the air for that to really follow through with what in fact this man is talking about. This is the beauty of the Bitter Medicine podcast because it's extensive. It's extensive, bro. When Kofi talks, Kofi is right. I wanted to address him too. When Kofi talks, takes a lot of the information that we dialogue and talk about, and when he goes to the Be Fair show, because I listen to him sometimes to the Be Fair show, he's a monster on that show. They can't touch him, especially FBA Trey, because he's giving him that business. You know what I mean? He's giving him that business, and I am proud sometimes when I hear him articulate some of the things that we discuss on these kinds of platforms, because they could do nothing with Kofi besides listen to him. He is their teacher as an elder person on their channels. So I am, but in reference to what this sister was saying, some of the things that I agree with, some of the things I really don't agree with, because some people, when they talk about our relationship, let me just talk about the Bahamian relationship with the Haitians. The Bahamian relationship with the Haitians is a weird one. It's an extremely weird one, because the Bahamians and the Haitians have a historical relationship that the Western world don't necessarily understand. And what I mean by that is there was always a relationship prior to during slavery And when the Haitians liberated themselves, we always was transitioning back and forth from the Bahamas to Haiti, from Haiti to the Bahamas. Many of us have family members who don't even know. Many of us have Haitian blood inside of us. Many Bahamians do. Many Bahamians deny their Haitian blood inside of themselves or don't even know it. I wish we were to have like a DNA thing, like how you all have in America, like African ancestry and stuff like that. Many Bahamians will discover how much Haitian blood they actually have inside of them. But because of our conditioning, but because of our colonial conditioning, we deny that fact because the colonialist has made sure that to separate, to delineate those people who decided to fight for their freedom in Haiti as opposed to the people who accepted slavery for what it is. Because it's a danger in that kind of philosophy and fighting for your freedom. It's a very dangerous thing. So they always wanted to draw a delineating line between the slaves who actually was willing to die for their freedom and fight for it, as opposed to the one who accepted it willfully. It's not to say that the Bahamians didn't fight for their freedom too, but we didn't have the numbers to go to the extent of the Haitians. But trust me, there's blood and familial relationship between the Bahamians and the Haitians. Also, let me also say this. There's a difference between talking and action. Talking and action. Yes, you could find on YouTube some Bahamians talking crazy about Haitians. Absolutely. But I'll tell you this. The Haitians have been living within our communities for a long time. We've been paying taxes. They go to our schools. They go to our hospitals. They've been sending millions of dollars from Nassau to Haiti. Obviously, we have been employing them for them to do that. So, yes, we talk crazy, but yes, they are still our brothers, and we still have a familial relationship with the Haitian community because we have done so much. The Bahamian tax dollar, we share that with the Haitian people because they live among us. Just the other day, I had to hire somebody, a Haitian person, to do work in my yard. I had to pay him a couple dollars to do it or whatever. We always had this relationship, an exchange. Is it perfect? Absolutely not. Absolutely not, because there's an unseen hand that comes in our relationship and is causing static between us. But of course, we see one another as brothers. We hate to admit that. But of course, we see one another as brothers. The same way we see African Americans as brothers. Or African Americans should see us as brothers too. But there's an unseen hand that comes between our relationships because they don't want that relationship to foster, to develop, and grow fruit. And grow fruit. And grow fruit. And this is something that we have to contend with. We'll mend the fences eventually when we decide on our own to break away and truly delineate from the white man completely. And I wait for that day. But until then, this is something that we have to contend with. Until then. But I'll leave it there, Coco, just to be brief.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that. Yeah, there is definitely a lot of Haitian blood running through many Bahamians, and that's a fact. There's schools and stuff. Like I grew up in an area, the primary school next to me is called Stephen Dillett. Stephen Dillett was a Haitian man. You know what I mean? But what happens is we get caught up on some like social differences. And that's the issue. It's not a heritage issue because we all understand that there was a time when Haitians and Bahamians exchanged students in Inagua, which is another island in the deep south of the Bahamas. But it's a modern day, like I said, it's a hygiene issue, believe it or not. And I am so embarrassed by it being a Pan-Africanist and Gavia. I don't even like to talk about it because to me, it doesn't really matter. What matters is our unity, our love for one another, etc. This was the palate cleanser. From now on, let's move forward and talk about what it is we got to do to build closer bonds and relationships with each other, what we got to do to look out for one another, etc. Before everyone leaves the panel, I'd like you guys to give you a shout out for the week, your positive shout out or something that happened to you personally during the week. I'm going to just go down the line real quick. I'm going to start with Black Steel. Black Steel, what's your shout out this week?
Rest in peace to Tony Todd. He was actually played Candyman. He died this week. He was 69 years old. So rest in power to him. He was an actor on a lot of different shows. I remember he was on Star Trek a couple times. He was a very prolific actor. So, you know, we're losing a lot of greats this year. So rest in peace to him.
Appreciate that. Black Steel. Buono, what would you like to shout out this week?
Oh yeah, yes sir. Shout out to Quincy Jones and the brother who Black Steel just mentioned. I think that he was in that movie. I can't remember. He was in that horror movie. Yeah, I can't remember the name of it. Candyman. Candyman. Yeah, Candyman. Yeah, shout out to that brother. You know, shout out to my African American massive. Think everything is gonna be okay. You know, you all brothers endure a whole lot of bullshit. And unfortunately, y'all gonna endure 4 years of this man, but y'all gonna come through, you know, smelling like roses, as y'all usually do, and show the world your strength. So, you know, shout out to my African American brothers and sisters. You know what I mean? Just hold down the fort. Y'all will be all right. And if y'all need a place to go, it's always the Caribbean and Africa. You know, I'll leave it there.
Thank you for that, Buana. Kofi, what would you like to shout out this week?
I just want to shout out to Black people this week. Pretty much they showed out, they did what they had to do, and pretty much, right now, this shows that we need each other now more than ever, and we'll be able to do that. We'll be able to do that. I hope this is a spark. I was always a person of the philosophy, unfortunately, that. Again, like in 2001, I was like, yo, what's wrong with Black people? Why are Black people in the situation that it is? And as something as horrific, I'm not wishing this to happen to us, but something as horrific as slavery has led us to this, something horrific is going to have to snap us out of this. And hopefully this is the wake-up call, and this fake diaspora wars will come to an end. Everyone will see the Tariq Nasheed hand that was covering for Donald Trump, making fun of a Black woman, and hopefully that will just expose people, expose them for the fraud that he is. And again, shout out to Black people, and we're gonna be all right. And again, thanks Koku for putting this together. This was a good show, and peace to the brothers out on the panel.
Thanks for hanging with us so late, Kofi. Thank you for that. Joseph, what would you like to shout out this week?
I have shout outs, but they are not connected to our causes, so I'll keep them to myself. I haven't been paying attention. Yeah, the elections, but I'm a third person, and to me it was entertainment. I'm sorry, but I don't know, man. Shout out to you. Shout out to the panel. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to Black people.
Appreciate that, Jose. Anthony, what would you like to shout out this week?
Okay, yeah. I want to, first of all, man, I want to thank you, Koku. And I want to give a shout out to all the brothers and sisters on the panel and in the chat. Okay. I want to give a shout out to this brother. He's from Jamaica, man. His name is Delani. Koku, I think I sent it to you. A video to you is a brother named Delani. Yes, now we met on we was on Kimbunga Media on Shaka Raj channel. He was having technical difficulties, and so when me and him started talking, and so we hooked up, and I told him about our platform, man. And he said he was gonna try to join and everything. He said he's a solid brother, man. Pan-Africanist, a Garveyite. And and one other thing, it was just a Friday night. I don't know if I sent it to you or not, Koku, but okay, I was looking at a documentary. It was about Black people, about Black Florida. It was this town called Sarasota, where they actually had a town called Angola in Sarasota, and it was a town where maroon Africans stayed at. Africans who had escaped from slavery in Georgia and other parts of like Carolina, and they moved there, and they had a community called Angola. It was there from the 1770s to the 1820s, early 1820s, when Andrew Jackson and them came down and destroyed it. Well, they had, when they came down and made war and destroyed it, some of the black people escaped and moved from there. They moved from that area down into southern Florida, and they escaped and they went to the Bahamas. And the British made a document. They documented their names and everything, and they went to, guess where? Andros Island. I was thinking about what you said about Border. So I'm saying Border might be an FBA. Hey, it was 97 of them who escaped, who lived, and they went to the Bahamas and they settled in Andros Island. So there might be Border's kid folks.
Foundational Bahamian American. That's Warner.
I think I appreciate you immensely. Thank you for hanging out with us and staying up late with us tonight. With that said, let's hear from Oni. Oni, what would you like to shout out this week?
I want to shout out Garvey. Garvey told us, be black, buy black, think black, and everything else will take care of itself. Honestly, I didn't buy black yesterday. For some reason, somebody convinced me to get Indian food, and I'm suffering. So, shout out to Garvey for giving us that wisdom. And when you disregard wisdom, you pay. And I appreciate paying for. I appreciate consequences for going against the code. So yeah, shout out to Garvey. That's it.
And shout out to you too for being here. I know it's late where you are, for you and Jose. So shout out to you guys. Last but not least, of course, my brother Bakari. Bakari actually was the one who sent in a lot of these topics tonight. So shout out to Bakari. Bakari, what would you like to shout out tonight?
I just want to give a shout out to black folk who really sick of this and who really ready to organize. I know we use unity all the time, and organize is a word that we don't use as much. So for people that are ready to, because they ain't no sense in saying you're united if you're not organized. So for people that are ready to organize, in that organization, that also means we organizing our dollars and organizing our communities and doing the right thing. So shout out to black folks that want to do the right thing and who ready to fight these folks to make the things better for our future, for our children's future. That's what I want to shout out. And by the way, thank you for having me. Peace to everybody on the panel and in the chat.
Yes, sir. Thank you for coming through. Thanks for the topics tonight. Trigger Happy 262 Plus in the chat says he's shouting out the AES. I don't mind that at all. I personally would like to shout out, like I shouted out Bakari, I shout out everyone who was on the panel tonight. I'd like to shout out the black folks who let us know where they stand. The black folks who let us know who to avoid when we're talking about getting organized. I want to also say that in 2025, I want to work more on a better platform for us to broadcast from. And number two, I want to work on us uniting or coming together more so. So for those of you in New York, like Kofi is in New York, I'm in New York, I think Provide Triggers for Evolution is in New York. Whoever else is in New York, hit me up. Let's meet up. Shaka Zulu, Anthony. Let's meet up. Let's do some things together, and then let's branch out to all the brothers and sisters who are in other parts of the diaspora. But thanks to those black folks who let us know where they stand. We'll be back next week. Until then, you guys be good. I'll see you guys next week, Saturday night, 8 to 11 p.m. Until then, peace.
Peace, everybody.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.